Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the One Piece Regionals here in Sydney, hosted by Let's Play Games. Today, I'm joined by Kevin. How are you going, Kevin?
I'm going well. It's going to be an exciting day. I'm looking forward to some good card games to be played.
Yeah, exactly. We're about to start round one very shortly. We have just under 400 players, I believe, in the room today. So we're going to have about 9 rounds, maybe 8, depending on how the pair downs go. But it will be an exciting day for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of decks being brought. I feel like there's going to be a lot of black in the room I've seen. A lot of Lucci, a lot of Gecko. Australia as a region is known to be very black heavy, so we'll have to see whether any other decks can make it out into top cut. But yeah, I'm excited to see. Hopefully a few rogue decks can make it all the way through, but we'll be bringing you whatever decks we can. Hopefully get something exciting for you guys.
Yeah, for sure. And now, Kevin, at the start of the day, what is your pick to take it all?
If I was being realistic, it would probably be Lucci. Lucci is just... There's so many people playing that deck that eventually one of them will get the God Run and hit a good hand every time. And when Lucci does that, it's probably going to win the game. But if I had to say, if I had a pick that I would want to win the game, to win the day, I'm hoping some yellow comes through. I really enjoy either Enel, maybe a Katakuri if we're feeling really spicy. But yeah, I think Lucci will probably end up taking it. What about yourself, Max?
Look, we haven't had a RP Law take it all in Australia yet, and this is the last tournament we've got in the Oceania Arena where RP Law is legal, so it will be cool to see an RP Law go all of the way. But it looks like we have the players shuffling up, ready to go. Today we have starter deck 14 Luffy, which just came out, versus a purple-yellow Croc leader. It will be very hype, very exciting to see it go through.
Yeah, for sure. I had to refresh my memory on what these new starter deck cards did. The whole, I guess, gimmick of the deck is you want to increase the cost of your own cards to be able to do things. So key cards like the new Sanji, if you have a 6 cost out, you get to KO 5 or less. And yeah, it'd be interesting to see what kind of strategies brought, because I've actually never seen anyone play the deck. I'm assuming there'll be things like Gecko Moria in here, probably Lucci, just generically good black cards. But hopefully he brings some spice out as well.
Yeah, definitely. It will be very exciting to see what happens. I'm definitely keen to see some of Purple Yellow's Croc shenanigans. Looks like our Purple Yellow Croc player is going first with a simple draw pass into Black Luffy, also draw passing. It will be quite a slow game, as Croc is a very slow deck that loves to heal up a bunch. Have you played either of these decks before, Kevin?
I have actually played a little bit of Purple Yellow Croc before. Essentially, you just want to get to the end game with enough life so you don't feel like you're about to lose. And then you can sort of just stabilize with these big yellow cards along with the good purple cards. So you play like the things like Yamato, and there's the Croc card itself, which just lets you draw more cards. You're always getting your Don back. So you're essentially never losing Don from these effects that you normally would with these big purple cards.
Yeah, definitely. And there's that new purple event that we got in EB01 for Purple Croc. I think it's Oh Come My Way or something along those lines, which changes the attack of one of your targets. So it's really good alongside Okiku, because when it gets KO'd, it gains a life.
Yes.
So it is going to be quite a strong play. We do see a couple of new cards come down from this starter deck Luffy. We have the new Stage 1000 Sunnies, which gives all of your, I believe, Straw Hat cards +1 cost.
Yep.
So it makes it a little bit awkward to remove. And then we have this new Block Nami, which on play will draw you a card if you have a 8 cost in play. Coming down from Purple Yellow Croc, we do see Miss Double Finger, where you can discard a card to ramp it on, just to get to your higher cost plays that little bit faster. So there's that Nami on screen. If you've got 6 or less in hand, and you have a character with a cost of 8, you get to draw 1 card.
The field is good itself. It doesn't have trigger like some of the fields do, but this one draws you a card on play. So it never feels bad to just play it, and you can just replace yourself to just essentially pay 1 draw card.
Yeah, indeed. We do see the 4-cost Kuzan come down. This is going to be quite impactful later on in the game if Dustin can't remove it, as it will help our Anthony remove all of yellow and it's big cards, which, as we know in the past, we've played against a lot of Enel, can be quite frustrating to deal with Yamatos and
Yes.
the eight cost purple Croc. There's a lot of scary cards in purple yellow Croc.
Yes, I think one of the things that purple yellow Croc can struggle with early on is removal though. So unless you run things like the Poli, you don't really have a way to clear this Kuzan early. It might be a bit of a struggle to do so. So when I see the starter deck Luffy being able to build a bit of board advantage, and next turn anything that gets played, you might just be worried that it's going to be removed immediately. So swinging in for 6 into his life, just trying to efficiently use Don, get some attacks in.
Here comes the cheeky Kikunojo.
Yep.
When it's KO'd, we get to gain a life, which is super impactful in this deck because Purple Yellow Croc is just trying to play the longest game possible.
Yes.
It is going to be quite amusing to watch. I'm very, very keen for it. But I'm more so just curious what we're actually going to see come out of this ST Luffy deck. Because
Yeah.
it's, as I said, it's brand new to be released. There's a bunch of cool new cards, but I don't actually know kind of what its top end's going to be. What would you guess that it's most likely top end's going to be?
If I had to guess, it would probably be Gecko. That card isn't banned. It's not going to be banned. That card is kind of carrying black at the moment in a way. Like, it's just, you play that is your deck essentially. So if I had to guess, it'd probably be that. There were no, I guess, top end cards introduced with the deck, so it'd be interesting to see what else he's filling out the space with. It'd most likely just be a lot of cards that minus your opponent, and just a lot of the other black sables like that Sabo there. Draw 2, discard 2, your board can't be KO'd. Filtering is always amazing in this game. Being able to draw more cards, see your deck, because you only otherwise draw 1 a turn.
Yeah, the deck did come out with a 5-cost Sanji, which KOs a 5 or less on play if you have a 6-cost in play, which is quite helpful because our 1,000 Sunnies gives our Sanji +1 cost, so it will trigger itself in this deck, which is very cool, very neat. It's very rare that you kind of have these on-curve cards that clear its own cost. Most of the time that we see in a One Piece, they are cards that kind of clear 1 to 2 costs less or have a big cost evolved around the clearing. For example, Sakazuki, you got to discard a card to get that 5 cost down. So it is a very nice, very refreshing card to see kind of a on-curve clear. We will see a 7k swing, looks like in to miss double finger. Anthony just trying to clear the board a little bit.
Yep, let's go. I don't think the Croc player only had 5 cards in hand. It's not realistic to save a 4k when you're facing down potentially another Kuzan swing as well.
Indeed. We are at that classic 10 Don turn though, so this is where Purple Croc kind of gets access to all the cards it wants to play. Has access to the 9-cost Yamato if it wants to go down that route, has access to the 8-cost Croc if it wants to go down that path, which also heals. A good thing, we're seeing a 6 and a 7k swing going through, getting a couple cards out of the Luffy player's hand. We'll see the Nami block, and it looks like the 8-cost Croc comes down. I believe it's Dom -2 on play. You get to recover a life.
One of the only cards outside of yellow that does have that effect, but it is very strong, especially in this deck. If you can get to the point where you're playing this card, you are generally in a really good spot because Croc is now back up to 4 life, and that is a lot to get through, especially considering Kikunojo is just going to either be removed and they get another life, or it's just going to exist as a 6k swing every turn. And so the board pressure is definitely starting to swing back into the Croc player's favor. We'll have to see what Anthony can answer with.
Indeed. This will be the kind of turn that we expect Black to just slam down Gecko Moria and do shenanigans, but it doesn't look like Anthony has access to all the shenanigans that Gecko normally can do. We're getting a 6k swing into the Okiku and reducing cost of Crocodile. This kind of allows Anthony to have the potential to remove both of the bodies in this one turn. However, Dustin, if the Okiku dies, will go up to 5 life.
Yes.
Which is pretty crazy. One of the other cool things about this Croc deck is it has ways to gain life that doesn't actually impact, Doesn't need to be on low life. Yamato, you need to be on 1 or less life. Ace, for it to get its full effect, you essentially want to be on 1 or less life so it can still have rush. However, this Croc, when you play it, you get your full effect just for playing it down, which is just gain a life, which is really cool to see.
And the other effect of the Croc is on your opponent's attack, you can -1 Don, and you get to draw a card, and then trash 1 card. So you're essentially getting a free cycle. Plus, you're essentially with this lead, you're untapping a Don, which is huge because you do run those events like Blast Breath and potentially others, which just say your defense is once you stick this card, you're essentially drawing into the more cards you need, hopefully, and you always have defense open.
Definitely. And we are seeing a lot of defense going into this Okiku. We will see the Sanji come down, which KOs the Croc. As we said before, it kind of counts itself as
Yes.
1,000 Sunnies gives it that +1 cost. So it is a 6 cost now on play. So Croc is gone, and we will probably see a small swing into Okiku. Dustin's done a lot to defend it now, so it really just depends whether he wants to go that 1 extra step. He doesn't want to, so we will see Dustin gain a life and go up to 5. So he's still not in a bad spot.
Yep. Yeah, if your opponent has 3 or less life, you get to gain a life no matter what. The Croc player now has more life than he started the game with, which is a funny thing to see. As a multicolor leader, you generally start the game with 4. So it is essentially that is 5 cards he will eventually get back into his hand. So although the hand difference may be big, it's more about the board presence right now, which is going to be a worry for Dustin. He has to figure out, how can I answer this board? Do I just slam this Yamato and say, okay, I'm not getting a life from this, but I have 5. Is the Yamato gaining a life ever going to be relevant? Or do I just need to clear some characters so I don't just die in 1 turn here?
Yeah, it is a really cool thing that, especially in this deck, this Yamato is kind of like a dual weapon. You either get to gain a life if you're on low life, or if your opponent lets you stick on high life, which Anthony has kind of let Dustin stick on high life. There is 8 total life, so we can KO an 8 or less. So if there even was a Gecko that got played down that turn, this Yamato could clear the Gecko.
Yes.
Which is a crazy thing to kind of think about. A 9 cost clearing an 8 cost is pretty insane value.
So we don't really see anything. We only see the Nightmare Luffy, as people call it. It's probably the only card that's really playable currently in Anthony's hand. So it'll be interesting to see what he decides to do this turn. He can try and push through some damage. It does feel a little bit bad because you are giving them cards in hand. Ideally, this is the kind of matchup where you want to kill them, push them down to a kill turn in 1 go, and then kill them the next turn. So we have to see whether how hard he decides to swing in, or whether he just pokes in, because he assumes that Dustin's just going to be taking the hits anyway.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Anthony is going for a slow turn, picking up Rebecca, looks like Annie's picked up a Kuzan from the Rebecca, which is essentially just keeping your hand size high. And when you're kind of not drawing everything you want to, or not having good interactions with your opponent, keeping your hand size high just gives you options. In comparison to where Dustin's sitting at these 2 cards in hand, his next turn, he doesn't really have any options. So it's a very different playstyle we see coming down from these 2 players. One's just, I want this game to go as long as I can. I want to stay on as high life as possible. And the other one going, I just want to kind of develop a board. I'm okay to lose a couple life here and there. The main thing for me is keeping this board nice and scary. We do see a Miss Valentine, which I believe is the Baroque Works Searcher, which is very helpful. And we get the Croc. One great thing about this is the combined cost of these 2 is 10. So we can play them both on 1 turn, which is kind of a crazy thing to think about. Searching for your boss monster and playing your boss monster on the same turn. We can't say that for many decks, because Gecko is not searchable.
No.
If we look at Katakuri, 10 mum costs 10. There's no real searchable. Yamato's not really searchable outside of green-yellow Yamato, but that deck's trying to go a bit more aggressive. So it's quite cool that this purple-yellow Croc can actually play its boss monster that it's searched on the same turn.
He is now up to 6 life. So Anthony choosing not to swing last turn, it puts him in a weird predicament where, yeah, like you don't want to give them cards in hand. You kind of want to hope they run out of things to do, and then you can slowly start building up that advantage. But you have to get through those life eventually anyway. So at a certain point, you just have to swing and kind of pray.
Indeed. And there is this other really cool interaction with Purple Yellow Croc that I don't think we've talked about yet, where the 8 cross allows you to Dom -1 to draw 1 and then discard 1. So you get that little bit of filtering, so you get a bit of consistency. And the leader effect, which we haven't mentioned yet for Purple Yellow Croc, is on your opponent's turn, once per turn when one of your Don is removed, you get to get a Don back in active mode. So essentially you can tap out every turn and still have Don open for defense, which is super, super cool. We're just thinking on the trigger here. Does get another body down, which is cool, but we do have to lose 1 Don to do it, so we'll be capped out at 9 Don next turn. But Anthony looks like he really just wants to kind of do a little bit of poking and clear down the board. We see the second Sanji come down to kill the Croc. Anthony has prioritized the Croc over the Yamato because of that Don -1 effect. You don't want them getting free cycling. I believe they both have 9k power anyway, so it is kind of a muchness. And here we see a very nice card come into Dustin's hand. Back over to Dustin's turn here. He has no real big plays to make in his hand. So, Kevin, what do you think he's going to do this turn?
He's counting out for the one play he has in hand, the Kikunojo. Just trying to develop a board presence again. I would assume he would... it's hard to say. You really want to swing into the opponent's board. They have a full board of characters. It'd be nice to be able to clear some of those, because it's getting to the point where they can potentially just swing into you the next turn and finish you off. If you don't hit the correct cards from life, it may be a bit of trouble. But at the same time, maybe this is the turn you want to push some damage in. They may get greedy and take it, and you go, okay, I'm going to survive this next turn, and then the turn after, I have to just go for the kill because I'm just running out of things to do. My hand's getting small, and it's just not worth anymore.
Definitely. We do see Anthony combo out of both attacks this turn that have come through. Yamato's going to be the last attack, which will just get blocked. I'm assuming it was going at Kuzan. It's a very good card to protect. One really cool thing that we see from Anthony's side of the field, the Star Deck Luffy, we do have that Nightmare Luffy, which on swing, it trashes one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 2 or less instead of KOing one. So we'll see this really cool interaction here that instead of Okiku getting its on KO, it just goes straight to the bin because the card is trashed. Dustin realizing that here, bit of a cool interaction from that Nightmare Luffy. Very good card to play down when you have on KO effects.
For sure. I think, by the looks of it, Anthony's kind of built this deck to maybe try and counter all the other black decks in the room. So you play things like Nightmare Luffy, you play all these Kuzan to try and minus your opponent's Sabo so your board can't be cleared. But then on the opposite side, your board is just harder to be cleared by black because even that +1 just makes all the math just wrong, essentially. So a lot of the time, Lucci will have perfect math into black mirrors, so this just like throws that off. So I'll be interested to see whether we see Anthony further on later today if he makes it past this. He looks to be in a very good spot right now. He's probably just swinging into the Yamato. Dustin only has 3 cards in hand, and as we can tell, it's very hard to be able to use these events to save a Yamato, especially when there's even more attacks coming in. He will potentially have to go down to 0 cards in hand to save this, and then are you really winning the game with 3 attacks when your opponent's still on 3 life? It looks like, yeah, Anthony's in a very commanding position now, so we'll have to see if Dustin can hit some triggers to hopefully bring some life back into this game.
We do see a trigger. It isn't super impactful, but it will get us a search. Maybe we see another 8 cost.
Oh, there it is.
We do get to see another 8 cost come down, which is super helpful. Means Dustin kind of has a line of play for next turn. However, Anthony's board has kind of just been built wide. And to your point, Anthony's kind of built this deck where these Sanjis are 6 costs. And Black has already kind of has a problem just clearing like multiple 5 costs in a row because the math is set out to be able to answer your opponent's Gecko. But now we have to answer multiple 6 drops, which is kind of a crazy thing to think about.
Yeah, for sure. So
and we see a 3rd Sanji come down.
It is If you think that the Akaku from the Lucci deck is good, this is Kaku on crack. You don't need any reducers. You don't need to return anything from your drop to your deck. You just play this and you say, no, thank you. I would like that card gone off the board.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's something that I wasn't too sure that I would like, but just seeing it get played over and over and just consistently give Anthony a line of removal is super impressive.
If you have finished your game,
So I think
please make your way into
Dustin's just sitting here thinking, do I swing with these cards? Do I need to push through damage, or do I just need to play this other Croc to have a body on board? So I think, yeah, he will just play the Croc out again, just gain on the life. I think he's gained 3 life this this game now. It's the thing that's keeping him in it. So it'll be interesting to see where these swings go into, though, and how much Don he leaves active.
Just swinging into Kuzan, definitely one of the better swings to go into, as it means that there is a greater chance that this Croc will survive the turn. Without Kuzan living, we only needed to see another 2 cost reduction for Nightmare Luffy just to be able to swing and get rid of the Croc.
I'm interested that he didn't put it underneath, but I guess he wants to use all the cards in his hand, even with getting one back and cycling one. Maybe he thinks his only way to win this game is to keep everything alive while drawing into these events.
Alrighty, that is a new event, which honestly I have no clue what does. It looks like it draws a card as well as buffing the Luffy somehow. We're going to try to pull that one up for you as soon as possible. But right now we're just seeing a flourish of 7s come through. Dustin's trying to stay on as high life as possible, but it is slightly grim for him to kind of do this. The event that we have, pop it up on screen in a second, but it draws you a card and then it increases the cost of one of your cards by 3 for the turn. So essentially, it is a reverse Ice Age or reverse Eruption, something along those lines.
It is until the end of your opponent's next turn, so it definitely is. You put that in a character against the black deck, they're going to have a very big trouble, a lot of trouble trying to remove that efficiently.
Yeah, we see another 7k swing come down. A lot of pressure being applied on Dustin here. He has a little amount of defense in hand, but even if he can survive this turn, it will be quite a struggle for him to apply A, lethal pressure into Anthony, or B, survive a turn after this one.
It'd be interesting to see. I think that, yeah, there's a lot of attacks coming in this turn. He's strategically poking, trying to get him down to 0 cards in hand. So Dustin has just saved his Croc effect until now, just so he can see some more cards from his life first, because you do have to draw one and then trash one. So he's trying to find more options of what he wanted to trash. So I think that is smart to save it. If it doesn't look like your opponent's going to remove it, they don't have the ability to minus it enough. I think it is smart to hold onto that until you have more options, if you are planning on taking the life.
Yep. All right, we see another one of these events come down. I think Anthony's just kind of looking to cycle his cards through.
Yep, just drawing into more cards. Has 2 in hand. I don't think he's really hit anything that's too impactful, though. So we'll have to see. His board is very big, though. That is one thing I will say is
very wide. We do
see the Amaru.
This is a really awkward spot for Dustin to be in, because ideally he wants to trigger that, but the last 2 cards in his hand are kind of just like gain a life. Fun little 12 for you guys there. Back at home. Looks like we're going to see the Okiku come down. This will essentially, with that O come my way in his hand, give Dustin an extra 2 life, because one swing will go into Okiku, and then the next swing will go into... and then Okiku will die, and then we will gain a life. However, if Anthony does have a way to cost reduce that Okiku, the Luffy can just swing. We will see Dustin... we'll see Anthony counter out. However, I'm assuming this Croc is going to go into the Luffy, so we don't see any way for the Okiku to be trashed.
It was interesting that if he left forward on open, why did he not just attach them all? So you can kind of, in one piece, you can kind of perfect math your opponent. If they have 2 cards in hand, the maximum they can counter to is 4k. So if you go, I need this card to be gone, I'm going to swing in for whatever their power is +4. So holding up the energy, holding up the Don, just wanting to potentially be able to bluff things, be able to draw into things. Maybe he just didn't expect his opponent to be able to save it. So we'll have to see what happens now. So
Yep. We'll see the Croc come down, draw 1, trash 1. It's kind of a bit of a grim situation. We will see the O come my way just to change the target to the Okiku. Okiku will then get KO'd and we gain a life. So look, there's a chance we survive this turn, and another cute trigger could save Dustin's life, but it does look a little grim.
Yellow triggers are game-changing. We all know that, as Anor has existed for a long time now. As you have to play around so many different things, or
Yep.
so is this a trigger that saves him? Is the question.
It is a trigger. It's the new Ragnarok event from EBO1. However, I have no clue what the trigger does.
I couldn't even tell you what the card does, to be honest.
Yep. It looks like we are not going to trigger, and we're just going to go in for 7. And
Put the
that
rest
looks like
underneath.
it is game. Anthony wins round 1 with starter deck Luffy. Look, that was not a deck I was expecting to see, but I'm super happy we caught it on stream and was able to get all these cool points of views. We got to see the Sanji, how strong it is, as well as kind of how wide this deck can go without needing Gecko, which is something that Black hasn't had for a really long time, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, for sure. I think the KO ability and the survivability of these cards is going to be huge into this current meta that we have, which is just very Black dominated. So I think it's like almost a rogue anti-meta pick. If you expect everyone else to be on Lucci, why don't you just play a deck where they can't remove any of your cards? That seems like a very smart pick by Anthony there. So I'm interested to see how he goes for the rest of the day and whether or not we see him in top 16 tomorrow. It'd be exciting to have him back on stream then.
Definitely. It is one of those decks that when it was released, it kind of was this anti-black deck, which was super cool. We didn't see any results over in the West or Southeast Asia. So it is really cool to see the deck get some shine here. But that is the end of round 1. We'll have a short break leading into round 2, where hopefully it will get you guys another exciting match.
Thank you.
Judges to the front, please.
Hey everyone, and
Judges
welcome
to the
back
front.
to round 2 of the Sydney Regionals hosted by Let's Play Games. We're just about to get started into the second round. We have some really cool decks on stream for you this round. Kevin, do you want to introduce the decks that we've got playing?
Yes, this round we've got Iceberg versus Black Yellow Luffy, I think you said. It's going to be a spicy matchup. We're hoping that Iceberg can put up a fight, but we'll have to see what kind of list he's running and what kind of tech cards he has.
Indeed. It will be quite cool to see these two decks go at it. Black Yellow Luffy is definitely one of the boogeymen of the format, and Iceberg is kind of the opposite of a boogeyman. It's kind of what you wouldn't expect to see play, but I am super keen to see how it goes. One of the coolest parts about this matchup is Iceberg as a leader cannot attack. So it can play bodies for super cheap, but it itself cannot attack, which honestly is pretty good against Black Yellow Luffy. So as playing against Black Yellow Luffy, you don't really want to swing into their life early because it just enables Black Yellow Luffy to get to its 9k base and do its shenanigans. So Iceberg kind of doesn't really care that it can't swing in this matchup, which is something that like you normally wouldn't see. So we'll see how it goes. All right, so Iceberg goes first, choosing not to play a body. Guess it doesn't need a rush. Kind of wants to get to high life before it starts playing stuff. We do see a search coming down for Luffy. It searches for essentially any of its pieces. Unfortunately, we will be bottom decking a couple of those geckos, which may make it a bit of a struggle throughout the game to kind of maintain a high life total. We will see Iceberg bring down the stage. This stage is essentially the same as Onigashima. If your leader is exactly Iceberg, you get to ramp once per turn. And then we have the 5-drop Luna, which I believe is the on KO you get to ramp, which is quite a good card. But I assume in this matchup we're going to see Christian build quite a wide board and then decide to attack. So he kind of has like 1 to 2 turns of applying a good amount of pressure, and hopefully that is enough.
I think maybe we take a step back here while they're in the middle game right now. Maybe we describe what the leaders do, Max.
Of course.
You want to go through that?
Yeah, so if we go, let's talk about Iceberg first. So Iceberg is a 5 life leader, which has a activate main Don -1. You can play a 5 or less Galley Law type card from your hand. And that is at the restriction of the leader can't attack. So it is quite a strong card. So it's essentially just building a wide board for very cheap. As you can see, Christian's left with 5 Don open this turn while still playing a 5 cost. So it's kind of a amusing sight to see. Black Yellow Luffy as a leader is able to, when you're on 0 life, you can pitch a card from your hand if you have 2 Don attached to your leader to place 2 5 or less. So 5 cost cards from your discard pile into your life face up. Now the reason this face up matters is there's also a caveat on the Black Yellow Luffy leader that says, according to game rules, when a face up life would be added to hand, it's placed at the bottom of your deck instead.
So we do see the 5 cost Luffy coming down. This has the effect of you can gain plus 2k power by taking 1 of your life. So effectively, Luffy doesn't really play the game until it's at 0 life, where it can use its leader effect to put cards back in to its life. Then using things like Gecko or playing the 2 cost cards themselves to then play those cards from the life and gain plus 2k power. So effectively, the balance of this game is how fast does Luffy want to take themselves down to 0 while also not being a threat of losing? While how much does the Iceberg player want to swing into them and help them do that fast? But at the same time, if they do it at their own pace, they're probably going to be in a good position when they do get there. So it's a very fine line between choosing when to attack and when not to, and trying to judge your opponent or the Luffy player's hand on whether or not they can do it themselves.
No, that's exactly right. And we do see the Luffy player taking another life with that. Luffy just maintaining a high hand size. He looks like he has a book and a half in his hand. Just kind of thinking what lines of play he wants to take. Generally against Black Luffy, both players are kind of on a clock, because for Black Yellow to really get its full value, it loses 2 to 3 cards in hand a turn. So it is quite... It's kind of a punishing deck, because you will lose its own hand size. So you have to play it safe while also like turboing down your own life. We'll see a 5-cost Sabo come down, draw 2, trash 2, and it prevents all of your cards from being KO'd for another turn. So against decks like Purple, it is quite hard for them to remove any of your bodies.
So assuming that the Iceberg plays the big boss monster of Kaido, 9-drop, -5 Don, you get to KO at 6 or less. Now his whole board is protected from this. So it might be a turn... Next turn to see, maybe it's a turn to go and swing in while Luffy is at this middling life total where he hasn't activated the effect yet. So the later the game goes on, the more likely Luffy is to just be a 9k leader. It's very hard to swing into unless you have your own large bodies on board. So swinging 7k into the Iceberg leader is going to take that down to 3.
Yeah, and one of the really cool things about Iceberg is I myself is a Black Yellow Luffy player, and one of the things I hate is when people swing 6 into my bodies. And a lot of Iceberg's cards are naturally 6. And the reason kind of swinging that 6 is super annoying is the cards you use to take your own life are 2Ks. So if you have to prevent a life being taken by using a 2K, it makes it very hard for you to stabilize like your own life, which is pretty unique. It is pretty unique. The Garp can be KO'd because that was played after the Sabo.
Yes. Paulie, a really good, just generically good purple card. We're seeing a lot of play in the purple Luffy deck. Is just meant for this deck, though. You get to play it for 1 through the leader effect. It is pretty huge. So we will see some 9k swings come down into this Luffy. The Luffy being an 8k base this turn. So it was asking for 2ks from hand. So I think he will just be swinging wide into this Luffy. There's no point going to life because the Luffy player will just take those. So this way you get cards out of hand or cards off board. So it is a scary looking board now for Luffy to look down to. But this is the kind of game you play when you do play this deck. A lot of the time your opponent will just be doing a lot of things and not really helping your game plan because they know exactly what you want to do. But you get this massive payoff when you do that. When you get these cards like, so Flampe is play 1, take a life, draw a card. So you just went +2 in hand, do it again. Plus another 2, he has about 13,000 cards in his hand now, so it's also very scary to swing through. Now we do see the main play of Luffy coming through. If you want to describe that, Max.
Yeah, so Luffy, when you're on 0 life, you trash 1 card from your hand and can put up to 2 5-cost cards from your discard pile or hand into your life. And then you have the babies, which you can trash them from the field. If you do, you reveal the top card of your life. If it is the corresponding 5-cost, you get to play it. So, for example, there is a Luffy on top of life. So I'm sure we're about to see a baby Luffy come into play. We do indeed. It sacks itself, plays, and then the leader gets +2.
And that is until your opponent's next turn. So being a 7k leader is... We thought 6k was good with Whitebeard. Now imagine being 9k base. And now your board can't be KO'd as well. This is the power of this Luffy deck is your board is living for a turn. You're essentially playing on this fine edge of, I'm always, like, technically it could die, but being at the 9k base is just such a huge ask to swing into. Realistically, the Iceberg player has three 9k swings into leader. That's 3 cards out of hand, and Luffy has 10, I would have to guess. And so it just becomes this balance of, can you get there quick enough into Luffy? Yeah.
No, you're 100% right. And at this point, it is essentially a race. So our Luffy player defending will probably lose about 2 cards on defense and lose 2 cards on offense to kind of set up the combo every turn. So Luffy has to win the game probably in its next 2 offensive turns, which honestly, it's not put itself in a bad position to do so.
Iceberg down to 1 life. It'll be interesting to see what can be done here. The Sabo is huge. Normally, this would be the kind of turn where you would go, okay, I'm probably not going to attack into the leader because he's a 9k. Maybe just I'll focus on clearing board. But that 5-cost Luffy is an 8k base now because of the effect. And you can't actually use effects to KO anything, which is primarily the main way things are removed in this game unless you're playing blue. So it'll be interesting to see what lines this Iceberg player can take to see what value he can generate where there isn't really much that can be done. Here it is, a full board as well, so any cards he plays will have to replace one of his existing ones, which is a very rough proposition as well, since you've spent all these turns playing them out.
Indeed, it is a super interesting spot to be in. As you can see, you kind of split the Don 3-3-3. See what math we can do to eliminate Black Yellow's Luffy's hand size.
So if I had to guess, I would imagine swinging 999 into leader and then keeping that Don open just because, maybe, for a Blast Breath potentially on the defense. Or just saying, okay, I'm going to get 3 cards out of your hand this turn, and then we'll see what happens next turn, and then hopefully get another 3 out after that.
All right, we're swung 9 into Luffy. It looks like we're going over into the Luffy instead of Two-Face. This just requires more counter power to be given for each of these swings. Now there's only 1 swing left, so the chances are it's just going to be blocked by a Sabo.
Yes.
All right, we're using Iceberg's effect on -1. Replace the Caulifla, play another Caulifla down, and then we get to Don minus with Caulifla and add two things back to hand. Essentially, we just get to add more counter power back. It is a super strong card. It allows Iceberg to kind of keep its hand size up, which is super cool. And as we said at the start, this is like probably one of Iceberg's kind of, probably not one of his favorite matchups, but one of the matchups that you don't miss the leader not attacking.
Yeah, for sure. So these were the power of the Luffy coming through, just swinging in for 8k into, I would assume, leader. Asking for 2 cards from hand every time you do this, and then going down to 0 life, the Iceberg is. So it'll be interesting to see. You can potentially just force this blocker out, and then the Kid is huge because of the Don game back every time you do it, and then the effect of just not having a blocker is just always scary of, okay, I could just, if I don't then do something that's good enough, I can just die.
Definitely. And it's kind of like this awkward spot for Icebergers looking down. You're looking down the fact that next turn you have to survive 2 Luffy swings, a Gecko swing. No, actually, it'll be 3 Luffy swings plus a Gecko swing, which is just like a crazy thing to kind of think about. We are playing Rocket Luffy. Rocket Luffy is a new card that came out in OP07. It allows you to trash itself, and then if you have 2 or less life, you get to draw a card and KO one of your opponent's cost 4 or lesses. So it's essentially a really cool card that came out in Black Yellow Luffy, which allows you to maintain a hand size. Normally, your Gecko plays will make you go -2 in hand because you play Gecko, which is a lost card, and you discard 1 from hand off the leader. But with this, you only lose that 1 card, which is playing the Gecko, which is something that really makes Black Yellow Luffy a lot stronger in this set.
So now Luffy has what I like to call the wall. You have the Sabo up, which is a blocker. Your board can't be KO'd. Your leader is a 9k base. Sitting across from this, if you don't have your own board full of 9ks, such as Geckos or various other, like potentially Kaido in this case, you can't really do much. So we'll be interested. We do see the secret rare Luffy in Iceberg's hand. So you can minus all your Don and then just take another turn, which would mean Sabo would lose its effect. Whether that is relevant in this part is unknown, but correct me if I'm wrong, Max, but that would also mean the Luffy leader would also lose its buff.
Very well could. Can we pull up one of those baby cards just to see whether they say until the end of your opponent's next turn or until the start of my next turn? Because it is a very big difference. However, the one thing to note is the Luffy does make you lose like all the bodies you have on board, which means we won't be able to swing a bunch of 5. But it is kind of, I guess, the best thing we can do because you can get stage to get a Don back, as well as in using leader effect to play another body. So we get 2 swings off, which is slightly better than only getting those a couple of smaller swings off. A little bit scary for the BY Luffy player. However, this is kind of last-ditch effort. He has to get out of an 8K swing. If he can, he's pretty much sealed up the game. He's got the 2 2Ks.
Yep.
Blocks the secret rare. It was a cool last effort.
It is actually something I didn't think of, and it's actually a really cool tech. I didn't even expect.
Yeah, it's definitely an awkward one. It's hard to kind of pull off because you do lose the rest of your board, and there is the concession. Nowhere near enough counters to survive.
Yep.
All the Luffys, all the Geckos. It's a bit of a rough matchup, but we did get to see Iceberg Shine go super wide, which was really cool to enjoy. But at the end of the day, a 9K base leader is a 9K base leader. It's very hard to remove their hand size.
Yes, for sure. When Black Luffy hits, it is one of the best decks in format, and there is really not much you can do to stop it doing its game plan if it just gets there. It's not uninteractable, but there is not a lot you can do for them to say, okay, I'm going to play 4 Flampeys, take 4 of my own life, and now just Gecko loop you, and you're like, okay, I'm just going to sit there and smile and wave and just hope I can eventually play enough big bodies. So yeah.
Yeah, it is quite a cool deck. It's one that has been quite dominant for a pretty long time, but it hasn't got a single win yet here in Australia. So we'll be keen to see how well these black-yellow Luffy players can push the boundary and get towards top 16.
Yeah, for sure. I think it is a deck that can get there. There's been a few tops with it. It is also a deck that can struggle to consistency as well. So some games you just don't see your Gecko. Some games you just don't see Sabo, which is a key card to just cycle your hand. Some games you just don't see the Self-Awakeners, and your opponent just can stall you out for long enough. So I think it is one of those decks which can struggle with consistency. But if enough players are playing it, just like Lucci, someone will eventually get there with it, because someone will have that run where they just hit every game. It's just about getting those numbers in.
Indeed, but that is the end of round 2. We will catch all of you in round 3. Hey everyone, and welcome to round 3 of the One Piece Regionals here in Sydney. Kevin, how are we going so far?
I think we're going well. We've had some exciting games. We've had some spicy decks on stream. I think we're going to get another spicy deck on stream again, and then as the day goes on, probably less and less spice will be able to be seen on stream. So, you know, we'll get in early while they're still undefeated, still raring to go, and then we'll move into the more normal stuff. So, what have we got on this time, Max?
Yeah, we've got Blue Purple Croc versus Nami. We got to give these undefeated cool decks a little shine while they're still undefeated. So we'll see how this one goes. Nami is definitely a deck that likes to play against slow people, but also putting exists in blue, so it could be quite rough for Nami. So I'm actually kind of keen to see how this works with Purple ramping up, as well as Nami kind of just, you know, slowly milling themselves out as you see these players shuffling up and ready to go.
Yeah, I think a key card for the Kaido will be that 9-drop Kaido, which can potentially just come down if they can get multiple of them going, just swinging for big numbers every turn. And Nami can survive attacks, but a lot of big attacks in one turn is where it does struggle, or a lot of small ones. So we'll have to see what kind of game plan the Blue Purple Kaido player has. They definitely would have expected this coming into the day, so we'll see what they have for us.
Definitely, indeed. I am quite keen to see how it goes. Nami has adapted a lot over the last couple sets with a bunch of really new and cool cards that kind of help it get through. So I'm keen to see how all these kind of come down and affect the game.
I think the kind of standard build for Nami moving forward is a lot less interaction on your turn, a lot more interaction on your opponent's turn. So you play these blockers which draw a card, you play the Kaias, you play searchers, but you don't really play anything like the Chef or the Usopp Rush, which also mills cards. Like, it's kind of more of just a defensive. Wait for your opponent to do stuff. You want to be drawing and filtering your hand during your turn. But essentially, you're just saying, I'm just going to survive and just hope and just get there. That is essentially what the standard Nami's plan is at the moment.
Yeah, and we will see quite an interesting interaction. So Blue-Purple Kaido has quite a cool leader effect. It says, I think it needs a Don attached, but when one of your opponent's cards gets KO'd, you get a ramp Don. So as a Nami player that kind of wants to play these blockers out early to stay on high life, it could actually be a little bit to detriment to the Nami player, as Kaido just gets free Don going for these, like killing the new Amazon Lily blocker. So it is very exciting to see. We'll let these players shuffle up and see how the game goes. Just got that Kaido pulled up on screen for you. So when one of your opponent's characters is KO'd, add up to 1 Don card from your Don deck and set it as active. It coming in active is also very, very impactful. It means that Kaido can get more pressure on with all of its Dons, which is super cool. It works really well with the 9-drop Kaido. So keen to see how that kind of comes down. But we do have Kaido going first. There is a Searcher that we can run, which he has hit Who's Who Search Top 5 for Animal Kingdom Pirates. I love how purple is kind of like the Animal Kingdom color, and the 2 searches we have, one is blue, and then we get a black one coming out next set. So it is kind of amusing to see, you know, purple just not get the searches, but it's cool to see the multicolor support that is definitely aimed towards these decks.
Yeah, for sure. So it'd be interesting to see, I guess, what kind of cards he is playing. So I myself have ran this Blue Purple Kaido back in the day. It was a pretty strong deck, just being able to keep board tempo while, not necessarily, because a lot of the cards back in the earlier sets, you would have to minus Don to get these powerful KO effects. So you're not ramping, but you're then not losing tempo by doing these. So we do see the power of this search. You've been able to search the 10-cost Kaido, which if your opponent has 3 or less life, you get to draw 3 cards on play. But it is also just a big body that Kaido will definitely be looking to play down.
Yeah, this is definitely really interesting because, as you said earlier, Nami really wants to interact on your opponent's turn. However, I'm assuming this Blue-Purple Croc player is just kind of going to draw, play a card, pass, draw, play a card, pass. So it'll be quite interesting that Nami doesn't really get these kind of chances to go through its deck as it would against most players. So I'm keen to see how that kind of interacts. What do you think the curve of this blue-purple Kaido deck is going to look like?
I think next turn I think ideally if he's running Onigashima, you want to be playing that just so you can start your curving up. Otherwise, I could just see 2 attacks for 5. Being able to just poke early is really good in Tsunami. They're just effectively losing cards in hand, or they're using these big counters that they really don't want to be using on these small attacks. So it'd be interesting to see whether the Kaido does have anything to play. Generally, a lot of the good purple cards are a bit of a higher cost, and then the blue cards are normally a utility in this kind of deck. So it'd be interesting to see.
Playing into Nami, do we always want to be swinging as much as we can, or is it kind of just good to do early on?
Generally, you want to be doing it based off of what you're... It's a very much it depends, which is... I've had lots of discussions around this. It depends on whether you think your opponent has Don up and whether or not you think they're going to be... whether it's worth getting out of. So generally, if your opponent's tapped out, it's really... as the Nami player's tapped out to swing into them, you want to swing for those 9Ks, because then they don't have the Don to use events. If they aren't tapped out, you generally just want to swing for lots of small attacks, so they're not getting the full counter effect from those.
Yeah, so it looks like we get to see exactly what you talked about. We got the 5-5 coming down here, and because Nami only had 1 Don open, it was only able to use 1 event. So 1 card that came out of the Nami's hand did not go through anything, which is something that seems really strong against Nami. Now, the Nami curve is a little bit awkward, so we will be excited to see kind of what happens. But Nami's on 1 Don again, so what do you think we should see come... oh, 0 Don.
Oh.
So what do you expect to come down here?
From the Kaido side, I think poking in for a 5. So now that generally Nami feels safer to tap out when there isn't a lot of attacks. So they can go, okay, I'm only really going to take 1 hit from the leader anyway, so I can block that one. So generally tapping out as a Nami player early is preferred if your opponent has built a board. But Kaido definitely needs to just swing for 5 and get a card down. I think the most important part of playing into Nami is building that board. It feels like you're racing against them, but at the start of the game, they don't really do much. I will say this Nami player has hit a lot of the draws and searches, so it can feel a little bit rough to look across from this. But in general, I think just, yeah, playing a 5-drop, passing, playing something like Queen potentially, just to get more cards, see more options. And yeah, we'll have to see what kind of cards that the blue-purple Kaido have in their deck.
Yeah, it'll be kind of cool to see Kaido attach 1 Don to the leader. So if our Nami player does decide to block, we do get a ramp from the Kaido. But as we were saying earlier, Purple really just likes to go for the late game, right? It wants to play all its big cards. So I'm assuming we want to see some sort of ramp this turn. It'll be quite unfortunate if we don't get any ramp kind of coming down. We didn't see the Onigashima last turn. We didn't see it off the Who's Who. So it's a pretty easy assumption that he's just not been able to find it, which is quite unfortunate. It seems like a very strong card to just allow you to play longer game, which is very nice.
Also, I think Miss Sunday would be a nice card to be playing on this turn. You get the ramp, you get the draw. It's a very popular card, whereas we know in Uppy Law. So if he has that would be a really nice play. But yep, swings in, gets the block off. Not a lot of good 4-cost purple cards, so this makes sense. So he's playing the X-Drake, he gets the -1.
Yeah, so X-Drake's a 2K. On play, Don -1, your opponent trashes a card from their hand.
Ah, yes, that's right.
So we are kind of... we're just trying to minimize Nami's hand size here, which is quite nice. However, we really do want to try to see some sort of ramp so we can get to that late game. As remember, we did see the Kaido player draw that 10-drop Kaido off the Who's Who. So they definitely have got the late game kind of sorted, but the Nami player has something to do every turn, which is definitely not what you want to see out of a Nami opponent. You're really just hoping that they kind of just go draw pass, and then you can just pass back and they haven't really done anything effective. But it's a lot harder to draw pass when they're playing Scientist Pilafs, when they're playing these Kayas, when they're playing their grannies, when they're playing their blockers, because they just go through their deck. So when you're passing, you're not progressing your game state, but they're progressing theirs. It can be a little bit rough. But it is back to our Purple Kaido's turn. They're on 6 Don because they did do the 1 Don -1. 6 is kind of an awkward number for purple, isn't it, Kevin?
Yeah, it is. Not a lot of... Purple likes to play at an odd curve. A lot of their good cards are odd. It does mean you can then swing for 6. So I can see a world where you swing 5, play a 5 cost, which there are a few good ones in purple. Swing 5, get the White Snake out, and then still get the swing 6 with something else. So one of the biggest issues with... or issues for versing Nami, I should say, is White Snake just makes their leader a 6k for the turn. So when you're trying to do this go wide strategy, you really have to consider, okay, if I swing 5 and they White Snake, do I get to swing with these rest of these cards? And if no, it's actually almost not worth swinging. So I think it's, if you have 3 swings, but they all are all going to be 5ks and your Nami opponent has a Don open, it might actually not be worth swinging because you're just giving them a free mill with the White Snake, and then the rest of your attacks do nothing.
Speak of the devil, here comes down the White Snake.
Yep.
Give the Nami +1 for the turn. Then we see 6 come down. I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of event. Yep, we see the gavel to mill 2. This Nami player is being super efficient at going through their deck as fast as possible. We will see a 5-drop Kid come down, which doesn't ramp necessarily. However, if you do Don minus, it is quite nice just to get that 1 Don back.
So it is also just a 6k attack. I can imagine that every turn the blue-purple Kaido player will just be swinging in with everything. There is no reason not to. A lot of the time, Nami, it's kind of accepted that Nami will just never swing into your leader. It is the 1 mil that the leader gets off of swinging is not worth the card you are giving your opponent because they know they're 100% taking that. Unless you have the perfect math where this Nami swing will give you game, the Nami player will just never swing into your leader. They will just poke into your board and then just try and get a free character off. So I can see Nami will probably just swing 6 or 7 into the X-Drake and then just leave everything else up for defense, which is pretty common.
Yep, it is pretty common. Most players will just kind of defend any of the characters that come down, just because Nami really never threatens lethal. So your cards in hand are essentially like fake per se against Nami.
Yes.
So you're kind of happy just to counter to keep everything alive. We do see the 3rd Granny come down, which allows you to search for any Amazon Lily card, seeing the Margaret blocker, which is another card which just draws a card and kind of protects another life, which is very helpful. Nami player just deciding what order the cards will go to the bottom deck. Quite important for Nami, as they will definitely get to the bottom of their deck if they want a chance to win the game.
Yes. Trying to play Nami, it is very much a memory game as well as an efficiency game with your Don usage. I think it is understated how much that impacts being a good Nami player from like some of the very best Nami players. I've versed some who will go, these 15 cards are in this exact order. And I go, okay, well, if you know that, I need to get a bit lucky here to win because you know exactly what's going to happen. So yeah, definitely a skill that is underappreciated for Nami players.
Indeed. We do see the Kaya come down. Kaya does net 1 go net -1 in hand. However, it gets through 2 cards in deck, which is super good. The Nami player kind of saying, I don't really care about your swings this turn, leaving just 2 Don open. It is definitely a small amount, but there's only 3 swings coming down on the Kaido side. Those 2 Dons is probably for something along the lines of a Love Beam, which is able to get you out of 1 attack. You're more than happy to take 1, and then you can block 1 with Margaret.
I feel like one of the biggest things is versing Nami is you want to remove the Kaya before you swing. They do have the event, which allows them to bounce a 1 cost back to their hand. Effectively saying I've now played this 1 Kaya twice, and every Kaya the Nami player plays accelerates their game plan heaps. So I think it's actually, they actually don't mind having it on the board. From experience, I will always remove the Kaya before I swing. I think that's top priority. And if you don't, and they bounce it back, you have effectively, like, it almost feels like you've lost the game at that point. Like, I've had some where it comes down to generally 1 or 2 cards, and this is the rough part. Yeah.
Ulti's kind of a cool card. So on play, you look at top 3 cards, add 1 card from among them to your hand. The best part about it, though, is it's locked to multicolor leader. So it says if your leader is multicolor, you get to add any of the top 3 cards to hand, which definitely helps your consistency. which is super cool to see come down. And to your point, Kevin, we did see a Snake Dance get added to hand from one of the grannies, so we know that the Nami player does have the ability to bounce that Kaya back to hand, which is super strong. And I think the other thing with the ulti, and I may be wrong here, but because the card doesn't specify a type, it's not like Animal Kingdom Pirates or anything like that, you just get added to hand. Your opponent doesn't know, which is just like a little small underrated part about the card.
Yeah, correct. You can add any card, so because there's no specification on what you can add, you don't have to show your opponent. And hand knowledge is key in One Piece. A lot of it, it's very much a math-based game sometimes. So if you know exactly what's in your opponent's hand and you need to be doing calculations on how big to swing, obviously not in this matchup, but just in general, like if you need to know how much to be swinging for and what's the correct way to swing, just having hidden knowledge is very huge.
Definitely. We do see the attachment to the Kaido leader, which means that if we do get a block from Margaret at any point in this turn, we will get a ramp from Kaido, which is cool. We finally get to see our first ramp from the purple deck.
Unless there is no blocks that come through. But
Yeah.
I can see a 5 coming through first. Seeing what happens, it's going to be an interesting choice for Nami here, whether or not you use the event immediately to bounce Kaya back to hand and not risk losing it. Not that there's really much the Kaido could do at this point, but maybe they just stop swinging, or you just feel like you're not going to get enough value.
Yep. All right, we see the Love come down. Just draws a card if your hand is at 3 or less, which looks like Nami's hand is at 4 in total now. So when you play Love, your hand goes down to 3. But Nami is tapped out, which means we're most likely going to be a 7-ish swing with Kid and a 7-ish swing with Kaido. I say ish because we do have that 2 Don. So it looks like it's going to be 8 with Kid and then 7 with Kaido, but we see the Impel Down All-Star, one of the worst cards in this deck to have in your hand, but the best card to have in your life. On trigger, you get to draw 2 cards, which is just lovely. We get the block from the Margaret. Kaido lets you ramp 1 inactive. So we will see our first ramp, which is cool indeed. Passing turn over to the Nami player. I'm expecting at this point in the game the Nami turns are going to be very slow. They're going to play 1, maybe 2 cards and pass it back.
It was an interesting decision point where he chose not to bounce the card back to his hand. Maybe he thinks he has other plays to do this turn instead. Potentially, yep, like another Sardi's peel off. That is just a better Kaya. Why would you know? So if you know you don't need the bouncy yet, maybe you save for later. You know the blue-purple probably doesn't really have a lot of KO at this point. They would have used it already in one of the blockers to push through damage. So you can just kind of safely leave that Kaya there and just go, okay, I need to use this counter more efficiently. I'm just going to save that for later.
5k swinger into X-Drake, trying to hope your opponent doesn't counter out. It's pretty likely that, unless your opponent's hand is very dead, it's pretty likely they're going to counter out. But, I mean, there's no reason not to do this
Exactly.
thing, right?
Like, you expect it to be countered out, but it's just, yeah.
All right, we get a 0-cost event with a discard. Well, maybe it was worth swinging there.
Yeah.
That must mean it is pretty rough hand for the purple blue Kaido player. But one crazy thing about Nami is the Nami player had 4 cards in hand. And then they triggered Impel Down at All-Star. So they went to 6 cards. And then they drew for turns. So they went to 7. And they played Sanji Pilaf. And they went back up to 8 cards in hand. That's such a quick turnaround, which is crazy to think about. We do see a Kaya going through another 2 cards in our deck. Nami player is definitely turboing through, which is cool. 6 Don left open. I'm assuming they will all be for defense as we see a pass come down. Kaido can start their 10 Don turn. I expect a rather slow turn. I'm kind of expecting the 10 drop Kaido to be dropped, but I could be completely wrong. I just really love the cards. I kind of hope it gets dropped.
the one that wipes the board or the one that draws cards?
The one that draws cards.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's just,
drawing cards is cool.
look, I feel like if you kind of get close to milling yourself out against Nami, you kind of get like the moral self-victory, you know? If you can't see a world in which you can push through the damage, because let's be real, at this point, 4 life is kind of a scary number to get through Nami, but I do think it is also quite a nice play because Nami has left 6 Don open, which means if we just pay 10 and pass, it's going to be quite... I mean, Nami just doesn't get to mill through anything, and then you get a bigger body to start applying pressure the next turn.
That's true. There is always this decision point, which I still cannot figure out of. If you were to just play 10 drop this turn, do you swing with your board? So you know your opponent's going to be able to use these cards in hand. You want to swing for 5 so they don't get the full value from the counter. But if you don't swing, they don't get the mill. But at the same time, you know they're not going to use their Don anyway. Like, Nami just is not built to use their Don. So essentially, you're saying they're 1 card closer to winning the game if you do nothing. So I think it is correct to just poke with all of the base numbers and just play a big card and then just pass and say, okay, I'm going to chip at your hand. The biggest thing is, does Nami keep a hand? I think is the key point in a lot of the matchups is, can Nami sustain a hand while milling themselves? If not, then they have to rely on these triggers.
All right, we do see the 10-drop Kaido come down, about to draw 4 cards.
He will not draw because the Nami has 4 life.
Oh, your opponent needs to have 3 or less
Yes.
life. That is crazy. Well, it looks like we're just playing a big 10-drop body, and then it gets Red Rock. Oh, Red Rock says you can just bottom deck any of your opponent's cards, which has to be devastating.
So yeah, that is very rough. That is I would say not a common card anymore. I do see some Namis flexing some in, if they're expecting a lot of these taller decks to exist. But a lot of the time they will just run the pure meal package. So that is very unfortunate for our blue-purple Kato player that he did have that in hand. Not swinging last turn either with any of his cards on field. I feel like he's very much just in the same position as he was last turn. Like the Nami has effectively 1 card less in deck, but nothing's changed. We're literally last turn, but 1 card less in deck.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely such a hard place because when you're tapping 10 for something like a Kaido, and you swing 5, and then they just show you a White Snake, you kind of just, you know, just cry a little bit inside.
Yeah, I definitely think you could have sequenced in a way, but if your hand is only 10 cost, then understandably, like, you've got no other options. But I do feel that one of the smartest one of the strategies to swing into Nami is to swing for slowly build up your numbers and just try and win through attrition. Because you're never going to be able to play enough big cards to really threaten them in 1 turn unless you're playing yellow. And then you can kind of just do that.
All right, second 10-drop Kaido comes down. This bounces something to hand. It chooses not to bounce anything.
Understandable.
He is kind of just going for the game plan of, hopefully I'll get enough big bodies that I can kind of just get you on a turn, but seeing another Sanji's Pilaf come down must be devastating. I believe there's probably like less than 15 cards left in deck now for the Nami. I don't know why he must have missed something there, but we do see the Pilaf essentially just make it a lot less cards left in deck.
So yeah, we just see the Nami passing. There's no point, as I said earlier, there's no point swinging the leader. You want to keep all your Don active. That life may change the game. And the extra card really isn't needed when your whole deck just mills for you anyway. So it'd be interesting to see what the strategy is from the Kato this turn. Does he do the slow ramping attacks? Does he think he needs to play another big card before he starts going in? He's very much on the clock now. There's a point in the game where you kind of forget that Nami is trying to mill themselves because they've got so many cards like, oh, I'm just going to try and kill them. It's fine, it's fine. And then they get down to like this number of like 15 or 10 and you're like, I'm probably losing this game. It's the worst. It's like, you can kind of just tell, you can feel the inevitable mill coming and you're just like, do I get there fast enough? And so it'll be interesting to see what this Kato chooses to do. I think we did see the 10-drop Kato in his hand, which clears the whole board, which if he just swung with everything and then played that, I don't think is a horrible play. But yep, there is the White Snake.
Such a good card. Nami had such like a rough matchup with like a lot of those aggro decks kind of pre-set 6. And then this White Snake just essentially says, any of your 5k swings, I'm just happy to eat, you know?
Yep.
But we will see a Charlotte Pudding come down. This was one of the cards I was talking about at the start. Your opponent shuffles their hand into the deck and then draws 5 cards.
One Piece players. If you have finished
That's
the
crazy.
game,
That is crazy. I think he probably has around 7 in hand right now, so he only minuses 2. But it's more the fact that a lot of Nami's plan is setting up the bottom of their deck so that way they can know what they're drawing into. So you're not just ripping 2 cards out of his hand, you're also ripping the consistency that they've built over game. And as you can see, he has 2 cards in hand, he has a Sanji's Pilaf, he has all of these cards, which if he got there, he almost probably just would have won next turn. So I think this pudding is actually huge and gives the Kato a huge chance depending on what this Nami player draws.
Yeah, it breathes a kind of a little bit of life back into the game, which was really needed for the blue-purple Kaido player. We'll see now 5 cards in hand. Leader is still a 6k, but only 4 Don left, so we will be able to apply a little bit of pressure to the board.
So I can see he still does have the Don open, so you could see this ramping attack. So probably 6 with Leader, 6 with Kid, the rest on Uta, and then probably into the Kaido, to be honest. So you just want to slowly build these attacks so that way you can get value and kind of play around your opponent and force them to make weird decisions. So yeah, swinging in for 6. Nami is currently a 6k, so it is only going to ask for a 1k from hand. Yep. So yeah, the Kaido player accidentally considered their leader one of their characters, just due to how they've got the game state set up. So they're just rolling it back, so that effectively there was no way for him to get the drop. So now we'll just fix it all up. Didn't impact anything, so it's all good. So now we see the Kaido swinging in, bouncing back the Kaios to his hand, and then comboing them off potentially. So it is going to be a very close race right now.
Definitely kind of reducing the hand of the Nami was quite a big thing to come down. So we've still got, what, 3 swings left for our Kaido player. So hopefully he can kind of get him down to 2 life and then apply enough pressure that he can threaten lethal the turn after. So now the Nami player has to kind of defend based on I may lose rather than defending based on I can get out of my deck. Because it's kind of Nami players kind of can be in this like two-minded situation, which is either I defend my life, so I like just mill through cards in deck, and just you're doing the most optimal plays to get the most cards out of your life. But kind of in this situation, he's gone down to 1 life.
Ooh.
So there is a very good chance that this Kaido player can threaten lethal next turn. So this Nami player has to go through a very large amount of cards in his deck.
Yeah, 100%. It's gonna be very close. I think that's 11, maybe 12 left in deck. We know he probably has a couple Kaias in hand, depending on what he got from life. Yep, there's the first one.
We do see quite a thick hand from the Nami player as he essentially just... Oh, he's got multiple Kaias.
Yeah, so he bounced those back last turn, so we knew about those 2. It's just whether or not his shuffle, like whether or not he draws into more. So we see another Kaya. He is just going for it.
Yep.
Drawing 2, discarding 2. We see another white snake in hand. Discarding Impel down All-Stars. The reason you play this kind of deck is because you do run Kaias and you just discard it. It's actually just a dead card otherwise.
Yep, the trigger effect on it is super strong.
So what is it now? 5 cards in deck. It's going to be a close one depending on what he has in hand, but all it takes is a gavel plus a couple more draws, and he's probably going to get there.
6 Don open. When Nami players have a low amount of cards in deck and a couple Don over and confidently pass turn, it is one of the hardest things. You're kind of just sitting there going, I'm in danger. I really hope for the Kaido player's sake he has like another pudding or something in hand.
Another pudding would be huge.
It kind of just like destabilizes the Nami's player's hand, so he doesn't know like those gavels or other cards he's relying on to mill himself out may go back to the deck. And it looks like he has more than 5 cards in hand, so it just requires extra mill to kind of come down. So it could be a very good line if he does have it, but we will see what happens. Besides that, what's your kind of lines on how you'd swing to kind of finish the game this turn?
Look, if it was me, I'd probably be depressed at this point and just swing 5 with Leader and go, okay, show it to me. But generally, I still think generally swinging low and wide is correct. Like, they're going to have lots of cards in hand, especially for the first few hits. You want to see, you want to kind of gauge what kind of hand they have. So you swing 6 with Leader, just see what they do. if they white snake plus something else, you're like, okay, maybe there's a chance. So you see the gavel, there's 2, down to 3 in deck, but I think it's just, it's just going to be over here.
If he's happy to get rid of a white snake and a rubber band.
Yeah.
And then
one
last
card left in deck, which he has the, that also
rubber
does
band.
it.
And that is the game. Nami is one of those decks that at the end of the game is kind of just, you pass to your opponent and you just know you've got the game.
Yeah,
And he knew he had it there, but that pudding kind of breathed a lot of life back into the game. So if another pudding came down that turn, it could have been a really close call for the Nami player. But we did see, it was quite a good game. He does have that other pudding in deck, just wasn't able to find it. Also, not seeing the Onigashima was a little bit rough from our purple Kaido player, but it is a TCG at the end of the day. You do have a little bit of RNG involved in it, but it was quite a good game.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a favorite matchup for Nami. Like you said, like these slower decks, which kind of take up time to build up boards and do things, it's definitely favored for Nami because they can kind of just chill and go, okay, I'm going to play at the tempo you want to because that's what I want to do as well. So it was definitely an uphill battle for the blue-purple Kaido. I think he played amazingly. I think he almost got there. If that pudding was there slightly earlier, if he had another one, I definitely could have seen the game swing the other way. The Nami only hitting 1 trigger definitely helped him out as well. I know the more triggers Nami hit, a lot of them just draw them cards, and so it feels really rough when they do that. But yeah, it was a really exciting game. I'm glad it was very close the whole time.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it. All right, guys, we will catch you at the start of round 4. Hey everyone, we are about to get started in round 4. We've got Bowden versus Braden, two great players. I believe it's going to be a Lucci versus Gecko match, which will be great to watch. We get to see this Black Mirror that we'll kind of talking about a little bit in our first round, see how it plays out. How excited are you for this round, Kevin?
Oh, very. I actually think that the Gecko versus Lucci matchup is one of the more skilled Black Mirrors. They operate different enough where you can do different things. But generally, it does come down to whoever sees more Geckos is probably going to win the game. It's just, can the consistency of Gecko versus the power of Lucci, which one wins out in the end between the battle?
Yeah, definitely will be good to see. Gecko kind of has the advantage of, I'm going to see my Geckos more, but Lucci has the advantage of, well, I've got a lot higher ceiling.
Exactly.
So it'll be really cool to see how these two players manage removing each other's board, but I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Underway already.
So it looks like Braden went first. Bowden is on for Don. He saw the turn 1 lobby, which is a massive thing for him to be able to see. We also get the turn 1 Perona from the Gecko Moria, which is definitely a good play. One of the weird things about Lucci is you never really have a 4-Don play. So what do
No.
you normally think happens on 4-Don?
Generally, I actually like to... Generally, you're going to play a Khalifa to fix up your hand if your hand's not too good. Sometimes if you played a Spandom turn 1, you're going to swing a 5 and a 6. Or you can just play a Lucci sometimes. A lot of the time, especially in the Black Mirror, it's actually not too bad just to slam a Lucci down on turn 4, saying, I've got tempo. 6 is actually an annoying number to remove. Not less for Gecko, more for the Lucci Mirror. But because you're versing Black, you know if it gets removed, it's going to the trash, which is realistically where you want it to be. For those Gecko turns. So sometimes you just go, yeah, I'm just going to do this anyway.
Yeah, no, that's fair. We do get to see the Rebecca come down playing the Brook, which is able to KO the Perona. Kind of a double-edged sword here, right? Because Gecko can just play the Perona back and go, you know what? You can have one less card in hand again, which is definitely a little bit annoying. We see Brand New coming down, searching for the 2K Suru, and I'm assuming we're about to see a attachment to the leader, swinging for 6 into Brook, paying 2 to trash 1 card, and then we will play a Thriller Bark from our bin. We're most likely going to be playing the Perona as there's not very many targets for Hogback. Bowden looks like he has got 5 cards in hand, so he does have to discard 1. It will be good to see what he discards here.
Yeah, I think this is one of the advantages Gecko has in this matchup is being able to, if you see the Perona, just slowly chip away at the Lucci's hand. Like, a lot of the time, a lot of the cards in your hand, you do want some of them in the trash, but you actually need a lot of cards in hand. And you don't want to go too low on life either. So it is going to be interesting to see what he pitches. Bowden is playing the Ice Age. It is, I think, now a common card in Lucci. A lot of them didn't play it. It used to be a very slimmed down package, but now it's coming back into, okay, you actually need that extra removal that you're kind of missing without playing it.
Yeah, so we do see the block from the Rebecca saving the Brook. It pretty much just says, I'm going to clear the Perona again this turn, which is super lovely. Brook, for those who don't know, has a on-play when attacking, reduce one of your opponent's characters' cost by 1, and then KO one of your opponent's 0-cost cards. So it is quite strong at removing... We're just removing anything. Just being able to remove it on attack and on play kind of just gives it a bit more versatility and allows it to get more advantage. Lucci Leader swings in for 5 and reduces the cost of the Perona by 1. So it's now 3 cost. That along with Ennis Lobby and Brook will be able to remove it, which is very likely what we're going to see come down right here.
Yep, Brook is a relatively new card introduced to Lucci. I think a lot of the lists used to be running 0 to 1. Now it's a lot more of like a 2 to 4, like more on the 4 side. It is a very strong card, especially with a lot of RP lore come running around. It is just free removal. A lot of the other cards in Lucci's deck need a drop to be able to function, and this just says, no, I'm just going to do my effect for free, and then not having to go too down low, because you really do need to hit that 10 in drop number for those Tempest Kicks to come online.
Yep, and we do see the Sabo come down, which is a very cool card. It does protect all of Bowden's cards from being KO'd during his opponent, or from now until the end of his opponent's next turn, which means the only way that we can remove this Brook if we're Brayden is to swing over it. We do have the potential to attach it on to Brand New, or we can just use Leader to swing over it. So it'll be cool to see which kind of route Brayden takes, but looks like Brayden will be on 7 Don. What kind of plays does Gecko have for 7 Don?
So a lot of the Gecko decks run a lot of good 4 costs. So you have the Borsalinos and the Kuzans. So generally, Gecko actually does want to go first because you do have a nicer curve going first. You will play out the first turn Searcher, second turn Leader Effect, third turn Brand New Leader Effect, and then fourth turn you get to play a 4-drop. And use your Leader Effect again. So essentially, every turn you're just getting you're getting to cycle a card from your hand to then play something from the drop. So you're essentially using your drop as a secondary hand when you're on this first curve. So I think the best thing that Brayden can probably do here is playing out a Borsalino and swinging for that 6 into the leader. So you kind of for free get over this Sabo blocker. But I can't see this Brook being removed this turn, which is going to be a huge benefit for Bowden next turn on this 8-watt Don.
Yeah, definitely. It is quite strong. I'm pretty sure we ideally want to see a Gecko get milled if we are Brayden, which we do not. Kind of the draw to playing Gecko is if you do mill one of those one of those beautiful geckos in your first couple turns, you can pick it back up. But we will just be playing Hogback, bottom decking 2 Ishos as they have no help in the discard pile. We pick up a Sindri, which is essentially just a versatile 2K. It does allow us to mill more if we don't see those geckos, and we kind of need to see them again. But Perona was essentially, there's no reason to play Perona as we are sitting on 4 cards in hand if we are Bowden.
Exactly. And so one of the issues with this Lucci deck is if you do defend your board aggressively like Bowden is here, you actually do just kind of just slowly run out of cards in your hand.
Yep.
Oh, so this is interesting. Swinging in for the 6 instead of playing a 4-drop. Maybe not heavy one, maybe recognizing removing that Brook is more important than playing a Borsellino myself.
Yeah. I think one of the things that happens a lot in Black is we get these like unkillable blockers kind of to come down. If you're Bowden on this turn, Kevin, are you thinking to leave this Sabo up and active, or do you think it's just a good card to apply a little bit of pressure?
Generally, I'm thinking just to swing with it. So essentially, once Sabo's effect is gone, I just treat it as another 6k swinger. You're at 4 life. There is realistically nothing that you are going to be... You're not going to defend your life with this Sabo next turn. You kind of want to go down to 2 life just to get some more options into your hand. So, and if then you, on the flip side, you can get cards out of your opponent's hand or get them to a lower life. At a certain point, the Black Mirror sort of becomes a race between who has an unkillable board versus who has more removal. So a lot of, at a certain point, there will be a switch where it goes, okay, the Lucci's best play is now going Rebecca Sabo. I'm keeping my board alive, and I'm just swinging into your face every turn. And can you survive long enough is essentially the question that's being asked.
Yeah. So it looks like Bowden has attached a Dom, which is kind of the signal of, I don't have a gecko. There is no gecko in my hand, which must be a huge relief if you are Brayden. I'm assuming we're going to see a second 7k swing into leader. It essentially just applies a bit more pressure, and we've found that famed gecko in the discard pile. However, there's no way for Lucci to kind of add that back to hand. So I'm assuming we will see maybe something along the lines of another Sabo come down, filtering a little bit. I was correct. Find the second Sabo. That looks like a card that could be a gecko.
I think that is an Altar Gecko, so it does hit. I always ponder the question of, should I draw 2 first or mill 2 first? In reality, it never matters. But when you mill the gecko and you don't draw into it, you're like, I should have taken the other 50-50. But in reality, probably milling it actually doesn't matter. I just choose to mill first. My personal preference is, I've chosen a way, I'm going to stick with it. But yeah. So it'd be interesting to see... Oh, they've got the 8-drop Sabo in his hand as well.
Maybe that's not a gecko we saw and is instead an 8-drop Sabo. I think that his hand is a 5-drop, an 8-drop, and maybe something else. So it is definitely not ideal. However, that Tempest Kick alongside that Ennis Lobby and the leader effect that we've seen, it's a potential 6 cost reduction. So that Sabo can do a lot of shenanigans going into the next turn, which is definitely ideal if you're Bowden.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Sabo putting that no KO effect on the board is huge again. I could see Gecko just going, okay, you have 3 cards in hand. I'm just going to bank on the fact that you're not going to top deck a Gecko. I'm just going to go for full board control before I swing it into your life. You only have 3 cards. If one of them isn't the Gecko which you're about to draw, then I actually am in a very commended commission where I can just slowly build a board and just bleed you out of this game.
Yeah. Bowden thinking on whether he wants to counter. Brayden very smart, swinging 6 here. It kind of goes, hey, if you counter out of this, I may not have Gecko and I can just swing into it again. Or if you don't counter out of it, well, I can just play Gecko and I'm happy either way. So it is quite a frustrating position if you're Bowden. It looks like he's counted out with the Sabo, and now his fingers crossed, like, please play Gecko, or please don't play Gecko. Honestly, I don't know whether Bowden wants him to play Gecko or not, because if he plays Gecko, then it's kind of, oh, well, damn, you got a Gecko. If he doesn't play Gecko, well, then he swings in Sabo, but it is the Gecko that does come down. Now, Gecko has changed a lot recently. Before, it had a lot of ways to do some shenanigans with KOing, but now it's just kind of a bit more value play. So it's cool to see what may come down with the Gecko. What would you think is going to come down, Kev?
It's either going to be a Borsellino and potentially a brand new if he's wanting to drop. If he wants just the survivability. If he wants more tech cards in hand, I could definitely see the Rebecca into grabbing something else back and then playing the brand new. Always hitting off the brand new is nice. I never hit, just as a side note. So...
Just never lucky.
Just never lucky. But yeah, I think like this board state is very huge for Gecko right here. So this is kind of the game where, okay, well, Lucci didn't hit. if he has a Gecko here, he can actually still pop off and clear 2 things aboard, and then Braden will only be left with a Borsalino and a couple of Ranus, and it's actually not that strong of a position for the Gecko anymore. So it'd be interesting to see whether or not Bowden can find this Gecko.
Yeah, I think even that 8-cost Sabo that that we did think he has in hand, which he still does, will be very good at removing, because that Gecko is now 5 cost and it
Yes.
removes a 5 and a 3. So we can then use our Lucci leader to reduce the cost of Dr. Hogback. I would probably like to see Bowden attach a Don, so we at least get 1 card out of hand if he just decides to block with the Borsalino, but just being able to clear 2 of the essential 3 threatening bodies on Braden's side of the field is a very nice position for Bowden to be in, but it really just depends on how many cards Braden has in hand, because honestly, I've got no clue how many cards he's sitting in hand with at the moment.
Yeah, because we're swinging in 5 with leader. He may not block with the Borsalino, because he knows if he blocks with Borsalino, those 2 Sabo swings are going into that Borsalino instead.
Yeah, it is, and that one could be, so it could go a 6k into one of the Borsalinos, and then potential 7k at life, which is a lot of pressure that Braden just has to kind of eat up a little bit.
The problem with the Sabo this turn for Bowden is it doesn't mean he goes to 1 card in hand. It'll most likely be play that, KO the 2 cards you can, and then swing the rest, but you're left with 1 card in hand, which will most likely just be a 1k counter at this point.
It definitely can be that little bit awkward. I think one of the scarier parts about this is if you're the Gecko player, Gecko no longer runs like lots of options to kind of KO a wired board, right? It doesn't have that like old Ice Age, Eruption, Lucci, Hell Mepo kind of line it had in 06, mainly because Eruption's banned. But it does mean that if Bowden's able to play like a big body, it can be quite hard for Braden to develop a board while also playing a big body. So it will be quite interesting, but Black also kind of can eventually do a bit of that stabilization, and Bowden could kind of run out of gas.
Yeah, 100%. So I think this was correct by Bowden. Swinging into life, he's now gotten 3 cards out of hand, which is huge. So Braden's now down to 4 cards in hand. Essentially, if he took any of those lives, every turn after this, Bowden could just threaten lethal. And that is not the place that in the Black Mirror you want to be in. Essentially, the higher life you can be at while also having a board, while also having a hand, is the correct. So Bowden's kind of gone too far the other direction of, okay, well, I've got too much life and no hand. You kind of hope your opponent swings into you at this point, but Braden, 99% of the time, is just going to swing the board here. There is no reason to swing your opponent's leader. You just want them to stop doing things, and then you can slowly win the game. So I can see either dropping another Gecko here, playing, if he has another Gecko, playing the Hogback just to grab back another Gecko. And then you can swing, so then you have, like, you can go infinite Geckos in the Gecko leader, which is honestly the best part about the deck, is you just get infinite Nightingales, which Lucci eventually probably can't answer. But if you do that, then Bowden's definitely going to have his board existing. 1 card in hand, you can swing 7 into 1 6k. If you swing, you're not going to swing Borsalino in, otherwise you're copying the damage 100%. So it's a very fine line of, I can do this really good value play, but do I just die? Am I setting myself up to failure if I go for this?
Yeah, because Braden is kind of running low on cards in hand, as well as... Look, I wasn't expecting that. I'm just going to pause what I was saying. I was not expecting the first swing to be with Borsalino. It's a very aggressive strategy, but because Braden only has that 1 card in hand, Braden kind of knows, if I can clear both of these Sabos, which maybe he can clear one playing something along the lines of a Gecko and another by swinging 6 into the other Sabo, as Bowden only has that 1 card in hand, I'm not dying next turn. No matter what he does, I cannot die, because I'm on 2 life. I still have 5 cards in hand, so I'm still doing pretty healthy. And he only has 2 bodies, and it kind of now becomes this game of nutrition that Braden has set himself up with, and it's all because he's decided, you know what, I don't need this blocker this turn.
Exactly. I think it's actually correct here, swinging in 6, because if he goes to 0 cards in hand, the other one's definitely dying. And Braden probably has another Borsalino on drop, or he definitely has a Rebecca, so if he has another Gecko in hand, he can definitely just play that out and go, you have no efficient removal to do this with 0 cards in hand. Like, you have to you have to top deck the answer.
Yeah, I do
So-
think it's a little bit interesting that we saw the Borsalino attack before we saw the Gecko leader
you
attack.
know, I mean, yeah, potentially. I guess if you got 0 cards in hand, maybe you don't play Gecko this turn, and you want to use leader effect instead, and then use leader effect, swing with the brand news instead to clear his ball, like guarantee clear both Sabos because he has 0 cards in hand. So I can understand why he did it like that instead. Whether it was just to keep. I think it was more keep options open than anything else. So playing the Gecko here is going to play out a 4-drop and a 2-drop. Playing out the Rebecca, just keeping. So I think he just shortcutted. Played the brand new that it was already there. Just swung it to rest mode. Just shortcutting a little bit.
And we see the Rebecca searching for something. It looks like it will be a 2K, deciding that, you know what, we can't kill the Sabo because I don't think there was a Helmep on the bin. So I think there was no way for Braden to kill both Sabos. But it is still kind of a similar spot that we were talking about last turn. Oh, he's just got to flex on us with the Manga Sabo. But it is a similar spot that we were talking to last turn where it's like, look, you can't kill me. I've got 1 blocker. I have 3. I have 1 blocker. I've got 2 life. You only have 3 attacks. They've just done like a little cutesy swap. Make sure the shiny
might as well, you know, flex with the nice cards out on the field. Understandable.
If you have the pretty cards, right, you gotta flex with the pretty cards. I understand it. As someone who likes to play with pretty cards, I respect the decision.
These are both very good players. They know exactly what each of them are doing. I think there's just a level of like agreement and trust. But like, we know what's happening.
Yeah.
You both top players. Like whatever. Just put the shiny one out.
Yeah, you see the smiles between the players, which is always a sign that these guys are having fun while enjoying the game. Looks like we're going to see a 6K swing from the leader. Kind of signals to me that we must have some sort of play lined up in Bowden's hand, as otherwise there's no kind of reason to not attach a Mordon. So
Swinging into Borsalino, that Brook would have been huge if he had that in hand, being able to either remove the Borsalino for free or potentially just go for game.
Yeah, remove the Rebecca. Kind of
yeah.
Split your Don up and apply a lot of pressure. But Bowden has something in hand. We don't know what the something is, but he has something in hand. Ideally, like, the most optimal is probably if it's a Gecko. He would love to have a Gecko.
It is interesting the numbers he is swinging for, though. If it is Gecko, maybe it is a Stussy.
Stussy, I could see
A 9
Stussy
cost,
come
so
down.
swing with everything, then remove your own Sabo to remove the Gecko. So Stussy is you have to remove one of your KO one of your cards to, I think, place in trash to KO one of your opponent's cards. So this line of play, this Don usage kind of indicates me to that. I feel like otherwise, yeah, he would be spreading it out more, guaranteeing like the blocker gets used or more cards come out of hand otherwise.
Yeah, kind of. Otherwise, like a 7K swing, this is probably a little bit more optimal. But we will kind of see what comes down here. 9K with Sabo is going to go somewhere. Personally, I would kind of, I mean, I think it's, you kind of want to swing with...
Rebecca Sabo, that's what the 9's Don's for. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. So he is going to have 0 cards in hand because you have to draw 2 and discard 2. But essentially, it's just, I actually like this. I think it's correct not to swing with the big drop here because you have no way to defend it. You want your opponent to swing into your life at this point. I potentially wouldn't have even swung with the Sabo auto. I would have just swung 6 with lead into their lead, played my full butter and passed and say, if you want to do anything this turn, you are giving me cards from my life.
Yeah,
I'm never dying, so yeah.
It's definitely a good line of play. I feel like, though, if you were able to leave that 9-cost Sabo in rest just a little bit, it requires Braden's entire turn to be attaching Don to swing into this 9-cost Sabo to even, like, have a chance to remove it. And you have so many blockers that you're kind of happy to lose, like, a Rebecca or even, like, a Rebecca and a Sabo if you really need to, because they've just, like, attached all their Don to kind of to swing into you. But hopefully Bowden's going to get a couple cards from his life this turn.
I think the plan is to just keep everything active and potentially try and look for, like, pressure next turn into life. Like, I think Bowden is recognizing he can no longer win this board control game. My game plan is now just go for life.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is very smart from Braden, just putting Don under all of his attackers and just saying, you have 0 cards in hand. Sure, okay, chump block me with Sabo. I'm going to swing Gecko into it. Do you really want that? That is it's a very smart move by Braden. So yeah,
He's got 5 Don open. It looks like himself, Brandon. So it looks like another Sabo who's going to be hitting the board this turn. It is a very strong card in the Black Mirror matchup. Bowden decide whether he wants another card in hand or whether he's happy just kind of give the Rebecca away.
Yep, it is interesting. I could see Brayden swinging with the Borsalino again this turn. Same logic as last turn is I don't think he's going to die with the manga. I don't think he's going to die with a Sabo plus Rebecca. With the Sabo just being played, Bowden won't have a way to remove it. I think you could potentially swing with the Borsalino first. If you were to do it though, I would have swung with the Borsalino before you swung with the Gecko. So if it did get blocked by that Sabo, you could then swing the Gecko into that Sabo instead.
Definitely. Bowden's kind of on this point just going, look, I've got nothing. Let's maybe hope that I draw a Gecko. Maybe. Copium.
Yeah, the worst part about playing Lucci is if you don't see Gecko, your deck just struggles to do anything efficiently. So I definitely had games in the past where it's like, okay, I've gone through 2 of their Geckos, I'm in a good spot, but I still haven't seen a Gecko myself, and then they just win the attrition battle instead. So we'll have to see what happens here. Having no Tempest Kick as well is very rough into the opponent's board. But Sabo also exists. So I think Brayden is a very good spot right now. I think he would be looking to keep Gecko alive as well as keeping himself healthy where it's efficient. So we do see a Gecko in Bowden's hand, so that it does give him some hope. He does have cards to play. He doesn't have nothing. It's not just 2Ks in his hand, so that is good.
So we see the 7K swing come down, milling 2 cards. Once again, that Brook is just a card that would have helped Bowden a lot in this matchup if he was able to see it. Kind of threatening though that he has a Brook, just reducing the cost of that Sabo by 1. We both know that means nothing.
Yep.
But we will see the Gecko come down. It's very interesting whether Bowden goes for something like just a Rebecca plus a Spandam to try to develop hand, whether he goes, oh, I need to kind of play a couple of bodies this turn. There's probably a Spandine somewhere in discard, so we can just, get the Lucci on board for free. So it'll be very interesting. We do see the block plus the 2K. It is a very efficient block, as Bowden only has 2 more swings to come down, one of which can be blocked by Rebecca. So there's no reason to kind of let the 7 hit face. Just get the easy block. We'll see 6 with the baby Sabo into the big Sabo. This is just going to get another 1K out of hand, which is the exact same as if he just let the swing go into lead and count out with a 2 and a 1 to get out of the 7K swing. But now Brayden's essentially just forced the Sabo to be rested.
Yes. So I would say I don't think it matters where this Sabo swings. The Rebecca is just going to... At locals, I will often say, okay, I'll swing into Rebecca. Because I just know they're going to block. There is literally no reason. They've got a full board. They want the Rebecca off anyway, so I'm just going to block. But you do need to remove it. I think that if Bowden can, he should be developing a full board, doing the full combo of going into the Spandine, into the Lucci. Not using Lucci's effect because there's no point. But it's a 6K attack, which is huge. So looking at his trash, it does look like he has everything he needs, so that is really good for him. So see if he hits off the Spandine. Yep, there's a 2. Oh, well, that is all 4 Geckos accounted for now. So this is the only Gecko that
Bowden is ever allowed to see.
It is it feels bad when that happens, but
For those who asked to see Bowden, just know that you have done this to him. You've given him the stream curse.
Yep. So he has an interesting choice here. Does he grab back a 2K off Rebecca and use it to either survive some attacks into life or into the board? Or does he grab back a Sabo and go, okay, if I survive next turn, I'm going for like a 2-turn win con essentially. It's like, okay, I need to survive next turn, and then I'm going to Sabo and survive the turn after, and I'm killing you that 3rd turn.
It's very interesting he chose not to kind of swing with that Sabo because he now has enough cards in hand that for Brayden to effectively deal with the Sabo, he would have to attach multiple Don into a Gecko, which you have kind of the Rebecca to protect it. So it is an interesting decision not to swing with the Sabo.
Yeah, I definitely think that attacking with it is correct because Rebecca is going to still be there. Like, it's going to eat an attack no matter what. You don't really have the removal for it. So you might as well just get out of the way, and as you said, it's a big enough card where Gecko is probably the only thing swinging into it, and then you just block that. But I guess there is a world where if you do that, you can then potentially die, which is also scary. So depending on what's in the hand. So we know there's a 2K and a 1K plus 1 unknown card that Brayden doesn't know about. So there is some math that can be done, but it is going to be interesting to see. This is kind of like the sequencing choices, especially by really good players. I like to watch and see the ordering of the things they do and where they place their Don is like the difference between like a good player and like someone who is really good.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting turn that we see here from Braden, and honestly just how Bowden kind of plays the defense out. Because when you're looking at the board state, right, Bowden has, well, they both have 2 life now because Bowden's taken this. They both have similar amount of cards in hand, but Bowden just kind of has a bigger board. But Braden seems like he's in the driver's seat. So it can kind of show how in this game, a lot of times it's a bit of tempo, right? Even though Bowden's board state is better, he has to use his board defensively while Braden kind of gets to be that aggressor. He gets to get the first hit in and really like apply enough pressure for lethal every turn that Bowden has to really sit back and think.
Yeah, 100%. I do think like a couple turns ago, you would have said, "Oh, Braden's 100% winning. Look at this board difference," and all it takes is one Gecko to go, "Oh, okay, maybe not so much anymore." It's like it's kind of 50-50 now. It's like, does Braden have enough pressure, and can he not keep enough cards in hand? So I think he's just going to be grabbing a 2K here, just going, "Yep, I just need cards in hand." This is one of the benefits of Gecko. It's like, well, I got a dead card, dead no more. Here's a 2K instead.
Indeed. So we are swinging 8 into Sabo. Bowden now has the decision whether his Sabo blocker is worth keeping alive. We're still going to have the Gecko swing and potentially a swing with either the Sabo or Borsalino.
I think it'll be very telling. If he combos out of this, the Gecko swinging will be blocked by the Rebecca, and he's looking to keep his board alive for this turn. And say, next turn, I'm swinging for 7s and 9s and playing another Sabo. You now have 1 turn to kill me because there is no way you have enough resources to survive another turn after this.
Definitely.
So this is, I think, probably a key point in what Braden's plan is, depending on whether or not this Sabo lives. Because there is a huge difference between 4 and 3 attacks when you only have 2 life and you have the blockers that Braden does.
Yep. All right, so there goes the Rebecca. We'll see what kind of swings into the Sabo now. That 3 Don kind of being left open makes me think that we'll probably see at least one of the Borsalino and Sabos swing this turn. And Braden can also kind of put the game in the same spot going, you know what? I'm going to make sure that if you can't kill me this next turn, I'm killing you the turn after.
Yeah, 100%. So swinging into the Sabo, I think at this point you just have to let it die. You know Gecko can still swing. There is kind of like a thing of like, well, 8 into 6 is easier to defend than 9 into 5. So if I defend this, his Gecko is 100% killing my Sabo. So essentially I'm defending my leader from a 9K with 2 cards instead. So there is that kind of line. Because he definitely has to swing the Sabo. If this Sabo lives, there's just so much pressure coming back, especially with another Sabo being played. So yeah, 10 into leader has to be taken here. Just too many cards out of hand. So I think this is probably the key pivotal turn on, can Bowden A, push through, or B, present enough of a defense where he can survive the next turn.
Yeah, what's Bowden's best line of defense if he can, develop another defensive board state?
I mean, if he had another Gecko, that would be ideal. We know he doesn't, because yeah, he can go double Tempest Kick, remove Sabo and Gecko, get out another blocker. But before that, you would swing Gecko Sabo into life, and you just want to bait the blocks essentially, and then you can remove board. So Braden didn't play the Sabo last turn, so he has no can't be carried effects. So I think looking to remove as much of his board efficiently as he can, and then just poking for whatever damage he can. I think the fact that this Rebecca is still on the board is kind of coming back to bite Bowden a little bit, because he didn't swing with the Sabo the turn before. That blocker is actually more valuable than it was 2 turns ago, essentially.
Definitely. It looks like Bowden's setting up a way to remove the Gecko, which can be quite rough, because we know he has that Sabo in hand. So there's a good chance that Sabo's coming down, which means Braden will have to get through Bowden's fixed hand, because he's going to be able to cycle cards with that Sabo. So we're assuming the hand's going to have a lot of counter, but he's only going to have his Sabos, his Hogbacks, his Borsalino, and his leader to do it, which is definitely going to be a little bit rough. Taking the 5K swing at life. He's probably just saying, look, I know you're not killing me. I've got my 2 blockers. You don't have a way to kill me.
Yep, no, I agree. I think that's very smart by Braden to take that. You want to keep your cards in hand to defend your board. You're saying, no matter what you do, I'm killing you next turn. Essentially is what Braden has said by taking that 5. He's saying, you can't get through a Rebecca and a Borsellino, both while I have 1 life and while I have these 3 cards in hand. So just saving resources to keep his win con, which is board alive, and saying, okay, show me something. If you've got it, you've got it, but I think I'm good here.
Definitely. I think just because of the board state, Broden may have to do something along the lines of swinging to Sabo twice. It does kind of give, but it's a bit of a risky play because then Braden has a chance of just showing 2-2Ks and keeping it alive. So it is a awkward spot. We know Rebecca's dying this turn.
Yes.
That is going to be, as soon as one of these cards swings, we're going to, I'm assuming, see the Rebecca kind of come down and go, here we go. I would like to be attacked instead. But then it's kind of what happens on the second swing this turn, which will be quite telling.
Yep, swinging straight into the Rebecca, swinging another 9 into the Sabo probably. Essentially it's getting either the Borsellino or the Sabo off the board. Yeah. Not sure what is in Bowden's hands. A Lucci could be huge here. So if you got another Tempest Kick into Lucci, you can remove both the Gecko and the Hogback. And then essentially saying, you have 2 attacks, I have 1 life. Let's see what happens. Or the 2-2Ks is huge.
That kind of just keeps alive a little bit. But realistically, no matter where the swing was happening, that 2-2Ks could happen. Because Borsellino can just go, here's my 2-2Ks as well. So it didn't really matter where Bowden swung. Just swinging to Sabo means that you force Braden to counter out. You can't go, you know what, you can take this life if you want. We do see the Lucci coming down, which is going to remove the Gecko. So it looks like Braden is going to have, in total, 4 swings to deal 2 damage plus get through a Sabo. So Bowden's going to have to get out of 2 of the swings through just countering out. Yep. So we'll see how it goes. Bowden drawing 2 cards.
Drawing 2 dead cards feels so bad in that spot because you know his hand, unless his hand is all 2Ks, he's really looking to filter out some of the dead cards from his hand. Yep. So Max, what do you think is, I guess, the correct Don usage here?
Because Bowden is on 1 life, you essentially just want to make the Don as even as possible because you're going for game this turn, right?
Yep.
So you want to kind of split it up as much as possible. You have 1 6K body, so there's probably going to be something along the lines of 3 7Ks and a 9. That uses 9 of your body, so it'll probably be 7, 7, 8, 9 is most likely what we're going to see, being the Borsellino and Sabo being the last 2 to attack. The problem with going something like 7, 7, 8, 9 is Bowden just has to get out of 2 of those stacks. So it could very well be 7, 8, 8, 8.
I agree. Like, you are risking, I guess, losing to 2 2Ks and 1K. The fact that he did discard 2 dead cards off that Sabo gives you information and doesn't. It means that he definitely could still have dead cards in hand. But if he discards 1Ks, you know his hand is at least 1K or better. So you're at more of a risk. So we do see the first 2 and the 1 coming through. So it's now then, does the 8, 8, 8 come out, or does the 7, 7, 9?
Yeah, so being on Braden's side of the field, swinging with the Sabo first does just kind of mean I have committed to going for game here, and looks like the rest of the swings are just going to be 8. So Bowden just needs to have 2 2Ks between his 2 cards in hand and his life to sneak a victory in this game.
Yep, I think it's correct to take this one. See all your options.
See the
and
8.
Swinging for 8. If he gets out of this, it's over. And there it is.
And Bowden
takes it.
Gone in the game. There is the shake. It is such a close game. And that's kind of just what Lucci will be into Gecko Moria. It's kind of this nutrition game, and then at some point someone goes, I have to go for it, and if you have the 2Ks, you have the 2Ks. And that's just what we saw there from Bowden. It didn't really matter that his Sabo True Check cards, because his hand was already sculpted as well as it could be. So Bowden, in a very, very tight victory, was able to successfully win the game. So congratulations to Bowden on that one.
Yeah,
and we saw our Black Mirror, which I was super excited to see.
Yeah, I definitely think it is a very as you can see, tempo-based game. Gecko likes to just slam cards. Its removal is not as good as it used to be, so it's very much like, I'm just going to be playing cards every turn. I hope you just can't remove them. And it's in, can Lucci remove those cards is the biggest key point there. So the Lucci player was eventually able to just get enough there. Sabo is always key in this matchup, as you saw, like, the more Sabos that the black player plays, the less removal there is from the other side. It just means your board stick for another turn, and those pokes of 6 are very relevant.
Yeah, it was a very cool game to watch, and we kind of just saw how Gecko has gone away from that removal, because one of the key factors was Bowden able to clear the Gecko Moria on his last turn, essentially just saved him, kind of gave him like an extra life, right? Because that Gecko was definitely getting through an attack, whereas Braden just wasn't able to get rid of any of Bowden's big cards once they were developed. So it was a super close game and super fun to watch.
Oh yeah, for sure. I always love the Black Mirror. People will find it boring, but I think it's where you can see people like the cogs turn in really good players' heads. Like, you can just see them thinking like, what is the math? What is the correct thing? There are so many options. I think it's like some of the best One Piece you can play is when you sit down and play a Black Mirror and you both are just essentially trying to outsmart each other almost, because you know what you're going to do. It's like, we can both do the same thing, and it's like where those little differences come out is the key.
For sure, but that is the end of our 4th round. We will catch you guys at the start of round 5. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are getting prepped for round 5. We have an exciting matchup coming for you guys. It will be a Enel versus RP Law. 2 decks that obviously are super strong in this meta, but we haven't seen them come in the stream yet. So, Kevin, what do you think of this matchup?
It's probably been everywhere today. I think it is honestly very 50-50. I know people say it's favored one way or the other. I just feel it's, if Enel can stabilize, they're in a very good spot. If RP Law can push fast enough, they're also in a very good spot. So essentially, RP Law is just going to look to build a board and then take cards out of Enel's hand all in one go and go, okay, if you cannot stabilize again after this, I'm probably chilling. So we'll have to see how fast the RP Law player can be versus how much defense the Enel player can put up. So just getting set up here, looking to have a look at Law's hand. Looks like he's got some nice cards. Going first, generally just pass. There's no need to play anything. I don't imagine Law will be using their leader ability any turns until we get to that point as well. Enel playing Flampe turn 1 is huge. Generally, you want to get those cards into your hand because the RP Law player is just going to swing only with leader. Getting that extra draw from the Flampe itself, when you generally would have taken life anyway, is very useful.
Yeah, RP Law will be going as wide as it possibly can in this matchup, just because when Enel gets down to 1 life, it kind of becomes a lot harder for it to defend. Although that life is super nice because you get it back off the leader. The more bodies your opponent has, the less that 1 life means. And it's really good against tall decks because you know, stopping a 9K is really good, but stopping a 5K is a lot worse. But we do see the Zoro start to attack now. So it looks like Cam is just trying to get the Enel player as low as possible. Luckily, the Zoro attacked before the leader did. Otherwise, we would have had a beautiful trigger. And I guess this is the first time we get to see yellow and all its glorious triggers today. So it'll be cool to see how many of these ones, how many impactful triggers we get to witness. Cam has 5 Don open, so I'm assuming we're probably going to see something along the lines of a blocker. And our second trigger of the day, Frankie gets played and we get to draw a card. And Queen comes down, which is Don minus, and then you get to draw 2 cards. I still haven't seen leader effect yet for Law, but we'll probably just see the pass, because Law, it wants to have a lot of Don so it can attack efficiently into Enel's low life.
Definitely. Generally in this matchup, Law will probably get to the 8 or 9 Don just through playing bodies and passing. Generally, you need to go wide to be able to establish enough attacks just to go through, or have the rush cards in hand. But looking at Enel's hand, they're just going to pass here. This is, I think the strat of starving is correct into RP Law. You don't want to give them more cards to play the game with. You say, I'm just going to develop a board, wait till you run out of things to do, and then I'm just going to kill you over 2 turns.
Definitely, and it also gives you, like, I guess, the added bonus of my Yamatos now have more effect. I can clear whatever you're going to be playing with my Yamatos, as well as gaining a life, which is a super strong thing to do. It also means your Gadatsus are more effective in this matchup.
100%. So he is still 2 turns away from Yamato. I think that's, you want to go first into Enel for this reason, especially as RP Law. You just delay that as long as possible while you can develop a board and potentially give you a chance. But generally, I think it's okay to take these milling hits. You get to essentially fix your hand, try and draw another card. RP Law may look at playing rushes here, so if he swings it again for, say, 9 with the Kid Killer, it could definitely look like, okay, well, now I have to give him 3 cards out of my hand, or maybe I don't because I have the Katakuri in hand. I'll just put a life back. As long as, essentially, as long as Enel can have 1 life going into RP Law's turn, whatever attacks it has to take or get out of is kind of dictated by that.
Oh, definitely. And we definitely see what I thought was actually a really good line from James here. Taking that first hit baits the Queen to attack, so now we can start hitting back in to the Queen. So we've got our leader effect, a leader which can attack if we need it to. We've got our Frankie which can attack if we need it to, which is super strong. But we will see the double Raise Max / Gordon to remove the 8 drop from the 6 drop from player, and then we get the Sanji blocker to come down. We will have to see some sort of life gain here from James, assuming either Frankie or Flampe will go into life with something like a Katakuri. And we do see that Katakuri in hand. I'd be a bit concerned if we didn't, considering he happily went down to 0 life.
Exactly, yeah. So I can see the Frankie going back in and just saying, okay, I'll just trigger this again, draw another card. Sounds good. 2k in hand if I need it as well. So I definitely think that I actually don't even think you swing with the Frankie, to be honest. Like, you're just giving your opponent cards in hand. Your Yamato can now only hit 4 drops instead.
Now can only hit 3 drops. But you kind of, I guess RPL Law, you kind of are on a bit of a pressure timetable, just because RP Law will just kind of go super wide. The good thing is, Cam's only on 6 Don, so if you're James, you know that these swings aren't going to be the scariest swings that you've ever seen. But that Bond Clay is definitely scary. That is the difference maker, because that is a 8k body in disguise, which is super annoying. There's nothing else, no other way to describe it, right?
Yeah.
But what are the cards for RP Law that we really want to be trying to play?
Definitely this turn. I think if he wants to try and push through, I don't think the RP Law player thinks they're going to win this turn unless their opponent's hand is really, really dead. But essentially, this turn is get as many cards out of the Enel's hand as he can, just by getting him to that 0 and just pushing for big numbers. So I could even see him playing the rush cards. He has too many cards on board for the rush to be like the only target. I think this is probably the correct time where we could see like the big attacks coming through. And then just keep on pushing through that damage. So probably the last attack will be with the Bon Clay. Never mind, I'm bad. Swinging for 8, it's just an annoying number. Leaving 4 Don up, could just see more board. Essentially, every turn as an RP Law player in this matchup, you just want to keep things on board. So whether that be playing another card or being able to defend your current cards, I think you just have to say, for everyone I attack with, I sort of either want to be able to defend one or play another one to replace it, essentially.
Yep. And we do see the first, we see the lead effect come down. We get a 7K swing into lead. And that is one of the shortest games that we have seen today. RP Law just going super fast, super wide into the Enel, not having any counter. A lot of dead cards in hand. But I guess that's kind of just how the matchup goes sometimes, right? When you have an aggro deck into a stall deck, that stall deck really just needs to hit that like stabilization point. And once you hit that point, it looks super favored towards the control, but until you hit that point, it looks super favored towards the aggro. And in this matchup, that point is essentially the 9-drop Yamato, which James was never able to reach. So very, very rough for the Enel here on stream.
Yeah, 100%. This is the key point of taking that first away from Enel. Just means that they don't get to that point of like, I'm developing big bodies and I get the life back essentially. So it is a shame that Enel's hand was all dead, so he couldn't see any more turns play out. But essentially, that is the biggest risk with running Enel at the moment. You run, I don't know, 20 dead cards, I think, a lot of the time. And it's like, if you just draw them in the wrong combination and just don't see any of your... the 5-drop that lets you draw 3, discard 2, I can't remember the name of. Shirahoshi, thank you. If you don't see any of those to fix up your hand as the game goes on, you're just in a rough spot, whereas, as you see, it's like, I have 8 cards in hand, I can't get out of 7K attack. And you just go, it is what it is at that point.
Yeah, it can be a little bit rough, but that is the end of our round 5. It was short and sweet, but it happens sometimes. We do have a lunch break coming up, so there'll be a bit of a delayed break or longer break in this round, but we will catch everyone at the start of round 6.
Blow.
Here with round 6 of the Sydney Regionals. Kevin and I just had a lovely lunch and we are ready to rumble. We've got 2 undefeated players here. We've got Rob Lucci versus Anel. It will be quite an interesting game. How are you thinking, Kevin?
Yes, a very, a very slow game probably. I imagine there's either 2 strats that Anel can take in this matchup with Lucci. You either just keep attacking them and say, I'm going to play my 7-cost Anel and just keep on swinging and say, you can't remove this. Or they'll go the route of, I'm just going to keep on doing nothing until you can do nothing back and essentially just try and starve them. So both of those shots are pretty valid. As a Lucci player myself, I would rather they just do nothing because generally then I can plan out my game plan a little bit easier. But we'll have to see what they choose to do.
Yep. I believe it is 2 friends playing against each other, so it will be quite a good game. I think they are just waiting for the signal to get going. Should be quite good. Alrighty. Just waiting to see which of the 2 players going first. Obviously, Anel really wants to go first in this matchup. It's kind of a, which it looks like Anel has been able to go first. It's kind of a counterproductive thing because Lucci definitely wants to go second, but in this matchup, first is super important.
It is very interesting. Anel does have the nice first curve. Lucci going first isn't too bad. You can play a lot of Sabos on 5, and generally you'll just be able to fill your trash a lot easier and play around the Anel game plan. But if they take first off you go, okay, cool, that's sweet. I'm going to just play my normal Lucci game where I'll play out lobby, play out some cycling cards, play some impactful geckos, and just hopefully be able to clear your board every turn.
So what do you think the most impactful cards in this matchup are?
Early game is definitely going second. Most likely it'll just be playing out these Luccis. So essentially, just like the Black Mirror, you essentially want to build a go wide board against Anel. So that way, when you get to the turns where you're swinging, you can definitely put through enough attacks to get through. The biggest problem is if Anel can keep your board clear, you just don't have enough attacks to kill them with because of that lead ability. And then from the Anel side, the most important card is definitely that 7-drop Anel. So it is the card we'll bring up now. It's the Rush 7-drop 7k power. Once per turn, when this character will be removed from play, you can instead take a life instead. So a lot of the time, Lucci struggles to remove something twice. It has the perfect math to do it once, but generally you can't do it twice. So this Anel is going to stick hard unless the Lucci player has some quick and interesting math. But generally the biggest way to do it is to just have a 9k body. So you'll play an Isho, a Gecko, having that. Swing 9k into the Anel. If the Anel then uses that ability, then you can then go and use your normal methods of removing card and saying that, okay, you've essentially saved yourself 2 cards in hand, but I'm definitely removing this Anel now. So it'll be interesting to see whether that gets played on curve. If it does, I will say that Anel goes from being a slight underdog to almost like a slight to major favorite in the matchup, which is pretty huge off of 1 card played on 7 Don.
Indeed. So we see the Shirahoshi come down, allows Jake to draw 3 cards and trash 2, which really just helps set up. Hopefully it means Jake can draw into that 7-cost Anel that we were just talking about. It's such a... Anel's such a slow deck. But when it plays against Black, it just turns on the gas, right? It's like an old car, and you're putting your last leg in. You're foot on the gas, just trying to go as fast as we can to see if we can out-tempo Black. Because Black obviously just lasts so long. It plays so many blockers. It has so much recursion in its geckos. It has so much removal that Anel really, to have a chance, just has to put on the gas, which is...
Yeah, you definitely. If Anel tries to play the starve game, you're definitely just gambling on the fact that Lucci doesn't hit. Which, saying that, I don't know, like 50% of the time it doesn't. But that 50% of the time it does, if you're trying to starve them, you just don't really have an out anymore. Your out is getting them to 1 or 2 life, playing these big bodies, and then saying you have to remove these or you're losing the game, essentially. So we see the Sabo come down from Lucci, just trying to filter some cards out. You do need to fill the drop just so you can get these options to drop for that Gecko Morio turn. That is why you will just see a lot of the time Lucci will swing or just use that leader ability no matter what. There's nothing to minus, that's fine. You just want the cards in drop so you have more options when you get to that point. So if filling up that drop next turn for ACOS, I can see Lucci pushing Anel down to 1 life, saying that, okay, from now on, if I have 3 attacks on board, there is a chance I can push through and remove some cards from your hand. So it'll be interesting to see Enel on 7 Don. Does he have the rush Enel? That'll be the key point in the matchup, whether we see what kind of strategy Jake's going from and whether he just has it, to be honest.
It is quite interesting. We do see the very smart play of the Sabo last turn by the Lucci player. It essentially means that either you're only taking 1 life from the 7-cost Enel, or you get like the free block on the Enel lead. So kind of no matter what happens, we're not losing too many cards. We could see a block here for the free block and then just happy to take that 1 life. Or if they swing into Sabo, maybe we can guard it with the 2k. So we are in quite a good spot as the Lucci player.
One piece plays in the 2 o'clock winner box.
Looks like we're tapping 7.
Yep.
Looks like it's going to be an Enel. It's the card we want to see. We're swinging 7 into the Sabo.
Yep, so defends it with a 2k. I think it's very important to keep these cards on board. You essentially just need a lot of time into Enel. It's not really how big the attacks are. You know they're always going to get out of them. It's just the number of attacks. You just always need to be pressuring these cards from hand and making them have the answer. So if there's ever a turn where they can't gain that life, if they then can't kill you that turn after, you just generally won the game. Like, Enel really doesn't have... They don't play the blockers anymore that allow them to sit and kind of defend on 0 life. It's 1 life, or they're winning the game next turn is what I've generally found playing into the deck.
Yeah, it is definitely pretty interesting. We do see Enel with a very thick hand. 5k swing with the Lucci leader, reducing the cost of the Enel by 1, making it a 6 cost. It's kind of like an awkward situation, because if you do choose to trash a life with Enel, you are more susceptible to pressure through swings. So you kind of have to really navigate how worth it is to let the Enel live. And obviously it's normally super worthwhile, but it really just depends on how the game kind of plays out.
Yep, so I can probably... What's going to happen from like an Enel point of view is, okay, he's going to swing twice with 6, play a Gecko, play out probably some cards just to generate value. He doesn't really have a huge amount of options in the trash. There is no Lucci to play out to just get another attack on board. It might just be a Kaku and Spandine play just to get another 5k attack on the board. So I definitely think if there is a life gain Yamato in Jake's hand, I definitely think he could look at taking this. But this might give an idea to the Lucci player that maybe he has no Yamato in hand, because otherwise defending from 1 to 2 isn't as impactful as it is from defending from like 0 to 1 essentially.
Looks like we're seeing Rebecca and Helmeppo come down from the Gecko Moria. We've now reduced the Enel by 6, now it's reduced by 7. It's a 0 cost. So we will just trash our life from the Enel 7 costs effect, and then the Enel leader effect. We trash another card from hand to gain that life right back. And we are in a very, very built-up board from the Lucci player. Doesn't really seem like Jake has any way to kind of answer the whole board, because it's hard. Normally Enel just answers like 1 card a turn and maybe swings into another. So what we see come down here is a 9-cost Yamato, and we will have our leader swing it into the Brook.
Interesting, he chose to remove the Brook instead of another option. It is essentially saying, well, when I swing with this ace, you're going to block anyway. But saying this, like, if you're swinging into a 6k here, all it takes is a 2k get out of that, essentially. So it's saying that, okay, well, if I save that, I'm actually in not as good of a position as if I KO'd it. But at the same time, maybe you just want the blocker off. Like, the blocker is, like it can get to a point where Lucci just has 3 Rebeccas out, and they're like, okay, I'm just going to keep swinging because you can never kill me anyway. So it is an interesting choice there. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. He did remove the Sabo anyway. So I don't think there was any harm in the choices there. It kind of became... It didn't really matter in the end, but definitely something to think about.
Yeah, one of the cards we may see come up soon is the new Ace Secret Rare. So that card came out in OP07 and kind of shot Enel back into the meta contentions. So going into Jake's next turn, he'll have 10 Don, which gives him the option to play the 10-cost Ace. The 10-cost Ace says, on play, gain a life. We like those effects in Enel. Additionally, if you have 2 or less life, it gains Rush. So kind of a little bit more pressure. Which definitely is what Enel needs into the Lucci matchup.
So Sorry, you're first.
It's kind of what the 7 cost Nl's trying to do, is trying to apply that pressure, but we do see Lucci still on 4 life. So it's going to be a long grind still for both these players to get out of the hole.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's interesting to see whether or not there is no Gecko in hand from Lucci, which is unfortunate. There isn't really not any targets in the drop, though. Like, you can just do the same thing again. But I think he's thinking about, okay, am I swinging into this Enel character? And then what are the numbers for? And then what am I trying to play with my leftover Don? So I think if you just swing 9 into it first with Gecko and kind of just see what he does, like, it's very telling. If he just immediately takes the life to keep this alive, it means his hand's either no counter or he needs to keep the cards in hand, or he just doesn't think you have it. But if he essentially uses that little ability, your whole game plan can change based off of that. So I think it's really smart to just swing in 9k first. No Don investment, keep all your options open, and kind of just go with the flow of this turn and see what happens.
Jake just having a ponder over whether he wants to save this Enel, whether he wants to trash a life, whether he wants to counter out, or whether he's just happy to let it die, which is what we see happen. What do you think about Jake letting it die there?
Depending on hand, it seems pretty correct. You've kind of passed the point of the game where it's sort of relevant. At the same time, this kind of just tells me that Jake really doesn't have that much life gain in hand. So if you save it with the ability and then can counter out of these next swings, you know Lucci isn't really, like, they're going to play maybe a 5-cost Sabo, maybe something else to KO it. But there really isn't much else they can do that's going to, like, damage your life, essentially. So it is interesting to see. You're essentially saying, I value this life more than a 7k swing the next turn.
Looks like Jake is thinking of a trigger here, using Rocket Luffy to kill the Lucci, which is honestly super impactful. The Lucci leader did minus the cost of the Yamato, so it's now an 8 cost. I think what Jake was kind of thinking, letting the Enel die, is it is quite hard for our Lucci player to remove a 9 cost Yamato in comparison to a 7 cost Enel. Also just means that the Lucci leader will have to swing into lead to get its effect. And I think Jake probably has some sort of life gain effect that he wants to be on 1 life so he can get the full value of the effect. For example, if it's an ace, he just gains the life back, plus is able to essentially get that swing in that he would have had with the Enel anyway.
Yep, no, I definitely agree here.
All right.
So I think Lucci is currently just trying to do math to figure out, can I remove this Yamato efficiently, and what can I do to play it? So it looks like he's going to go from Spandine probably into that 4-cost Kaku. So the Yamato is currently 6. The 4-cost Kaku will then reduce it to 3. And then he should be able to KO something else. Never mind. I'm probably wrong.
I think he may have a second Kaku in the discard pile.
Never mind. His hand, he has the 6-cost Brook in hand, so it only needs to be a 4. So this is actually better. So you don't really mind the attack. You want to get your hand filtered out. So ditching the extra lobby, which is not needed anymore. Probably ditching, I think it's either Sabo or the finger pistol potentially, depending on how much removal you think you need. But yeah, definitely after this, the plan is to then just play Brook, remove that, and go, okay, do it again. Essentially, from my practice, the matchup comes, all right, I'm going to clear board, now do it again. Now I'm going to clear board, all right, now do it again. And essentially, the Lucci player feels it in control until either the Enel stops playing cards or the Lucci stops removing them. And that's the real swing point of the matchup.
No, for sure. The other really cool thing about this Brook coming down here is it is a 6 cost, which means with our life total being at 5, another Yamato isn't enough to clear the Brook, which means Jake really only has 1 play at the moment, which is Ace. We don't see any energy attachment. We don't see a shotgun of the Yamato. There's a very good chance we're going to see that 10-drop Ace come down.
Yep, no, I agree for sure. I think depending on where you're swinging, if you're swinging into the spam, don't you just let that go. You kind of want that in your trash anyway to be able to do that. If you're swinging into the Khalifa, it's very hard to... You've only got 3 cards in hand as Lucci. It's only a 4k swing as well. If it was a 5k, it'd be a lot more tempting to keep it alive. But I think you definitely you're definitely getting out of this either with the blocker or 2k. You need to keep your Gecko alive. It's your only card on field that can effectively swing back this next turn.
So we do see the Ace come down. It gains a life and gets a swing off.
Yep. So now it's back to the question of, can I remove ace? So from playing Lucci, 10 is actually an annoying number to deal with. So it is definitely possible, but you need more than just a gecko plus your plus your normal combo. So field plus leader plus gecko can generally only remove an 8 drop because it reduces it down to 2 via all effects. You can get the -6. So you need something like a Tempest Kick to get that little bit extra, which we don't currently see in the Lucci's hand.
So it does seem like Lucci has like this super awkward line it can take. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we reduce 1 with our leader effect. We reduce another 2 with our lobby. And then we replace our lobby with our second lobby. And then reduce it by another 2. And then we get it with the finger pistol.
That is true. Finger Pistol in his hand is actually a very good card. It's a very nice flex card to have in the deck sometimes. Essentially, you just pay 4, you get to KO a 5 or less, and you trash 2 cards from the top of your deck. So it helps you fill your trash with cards. Remove a 5 or less is a bit of an easier math. But he also has the Sabo on hand, so you could just do lobby leader plus the second lobby plus Sabo as well, which would be... You then do go down to 1 card in hand, which is a little bit scary into Enel, and you're kind of in just a top deck mode. But having 2 9Ks plus a 6K plus leader is generally good here. So sometimes it's also just good not to attack as Lucci with your characters. You'd rather just keep them standing and say, I'm just trying to kill you in 1 turn, which you generally just have to do into Enel anyway. So you have 2 life, your Yamato now does nothing. Your ace now either gains a life or attacks. You don't get both. And Katakuri is still just Katakuri.
No, definitely. And that Sabo is also a very good line. As we'll get it pulled up here just to show you guys what the Sabo does. You can trash a card from hand and then KO one of your opponent's 5 or less and one of your opponent's 3 or less. So just with Enel being at such a low amount of cards in hand, as well as having those 2 big bodies, it does enable this 9-cost Sabo to just essentially pressure for game going into the next couple of turns. We see the Ennis lobby reduces Ace's cost by 2, so it's now a 7 cost.
Definitely considering what is the most efficient way to remove this. This is very much an attrition battle in this matchup. You want to keep the board clear and do things for as minimum cards for possible. You don't really mind about using your Don because like the attacks don't really matter at this point. It's more about the removal of the field. So yeah, we do see the replacement lobby into KOing of the ace. Just having to remove, discard a card. It's choosing between the Sabo and a finger pistol. If you ditch the finger pistol, you lose your guaranteed way to remove something next turn. If you ditch Sabo, you go to 0 counter in hand, and you don't really have a body to play next turn. So it's an interesting choice.
Yeah, definitely a hard choice to make. We do see the pass come across. So let's see whether Jake has another big bots monster to kind of get himself back into this game. Yamato's not as good as Ace because we definitely like our high cost total on board. So being 10 is definitely a little bit nicer than being 9, but both of these cards will definitely help Jake kind of
I think
claw back into it.
The biggest key difference at the moment as well is Yamato doesn't clear anything relevant, whereas an Ace will definitely be clearing that Brook when it's played. So Ace would be the ideal play here. You just swing 5 into leader, play Ace, clear the Brook, and go, all right, you've got 3 attacks. I've got 2 life. We're chilling. Do something about it again.
All right, it looks like it will be a Yamato because we see the attachment to the leader. We're swinging 6, I'm assuming, into the Brook.
Yep, makes sense. You've essentially chosen, I'm not killing you. We are just doing nothing for a while until one of us runs out of things to do, essentially.
Yep. And we do get a pass. It's quite an interesting situation because neither of these players really want their cards to be rested, as it just lets the opponent swing it into them. And at this point in game, both players are kind of happy for them to swing into life because no one's threatening lethal. Lethal is very far away from being threatened. It's more so about controlling the board because once one player lets the board go, that's kind of when it will be over.
Yeah, 100%. depending on what is in Lucci's hand, I could definitely see a swing, figure out how much Don you're going to have left over from your play, swing that with leader, and keep your 2 big cards in active mode, and say, okay, you're back on 1 life. I am now going to kill you the next turn if you don't do it again. And Lucci's praying, please stop doing it. I've done this enough. And Enel's going, I'm just going to keep on slamming cards until you can't. So depending on what Lucci's hand. So if he had kept potentially if he'd kept the Sabo, he could have played this turn. Potentially if he drew into some minusing, he could definitely finger pistol the Yamato if he finds one more way to minus it. So it is interesting what lines are going to be taken here.
And it's kind of hard for Jake as well because there's so many big attacks being threatened. You don't really want to let like a 5K go through, but at the same time, you don't want to get out of a 6K. Like that's kind of, it's a little poke, right? Because if Jake takes the 6K, then the 2 Gecko and the Sabos can swing, pushing him down to potentially 0 life, which is kind of scary. He does take the first life. We'll see how our Lucci player reacts.
It'll be very telling if he does swing here. He's just essentially you're in kind of a guessing game right now as Lucci's like, okay, if he doesn't have it, it's correct for me to swing here. If he has it, it doesn't really matter. But then if I swing, it's in a worse position for me. So it's essentially, do I not swing and go, okay, even if you have it, I'll just swing with leader again and you can't kill me? Or do I just take the gamble? At a certain point, it feels like one of you has to take a gamble on, okay, I'm either winning or losing this turn because that's just how it goes. But it will be interesting to see. Okay.
We see the pass.
Yep.
I mean, it's definitely just that game of, you know, Lucci's out here with 2 cards in hand. It wants more than 2 cards in its hand. So it'll be quite interesting to see what we see from Jake. I would be very shocked if Jake attacked with this Yamato.
Yes, I can't see that. I can't see that happening. I think you just poke with the Enel. Maybe even, like, ideally you play another life gain, swing with leader, and just pass. Like, even if you play ace, I don't think I would swing with it. You don't want to give... it definitely seems like the Lucci's hand is counter, maybe, and not much else. So you definitely don't want to give them a board to swing into if you have nothing else. Oh, that is a huge card from Enel there.
We don't even see the swing with the Enel leader. Jake is just happy that his opponent is not in a good spot and is going, I'm going to sit back, I'm going to develop this big board, you're going to have to swing first.
Exactly.
Like, until you swing with your bodies, I'm not doing anything. If you want to swing with your leader, I'm happy to trigger that Shirahoshi. Like, that's giving me more boss monsters. The longer this game goes on, you're now being hurt more than I am.
Exactly. Nah, it seems very smart from Jake to kind of... We're in almost like a Mexican standoff here where whoever shoots first is probably the one, if they don't hit, they're dying. So it is very much a game of like almost chicken at this point. It's like, all right, you hit me, all right. No, you hit me, I'll do nothing as well. So the danger from Enel's point of view is you are giving more time for Lucci to draw into answers, which isn't necessarily something you want to do a lot of the time. But at the same time, he has 3 cards in hand. If he didn't have anything good last turn, he only has 1 card to draw to like get into something good this turn.
It is quite interesting that Jake didn't want to swing at all. Just to me, it kind of seems like that little bit of the RP law into the Enel, where the RP law just swings to the leader because it goes, I don't want you attacking my board, but eventually I have to kill you. So kind of doing these little 5K pokes is quite good. But we do see the Shirahoshi come triggered from life. Jake now gets to draw 3 and discard 2, which is such a strong effect. So we see Raigo go.
Ooh.
Essentially, at this point, Jake just needs to gain a life every turn, so it doesn't do as much. And if he's getting rid of category, he has something in his hand.
100%.
He is more than happy with his hand.
It is interesting, though, because essentially if the Lucci player plays nothing else, the Raigo is essentially the same as gaining a life in this instance. Lucci doesn't run rush cards. If he does, fair play to him, because it's a very interesting use case. But essentially, because you're a 3-life leader with Enel effectively, and you definitely don't want to be dealing 2 damage, if you only have 2 attacks, you're essentially the same as gaining a life in that instance. So, but yeah, I would imagine he has an ace or a Yamato in hand, and he's kind of just gone, yeah, I've got too many options now. I need to get some counter just in case.
Yep, so we have reduced the cost of the Katakuri, then playing the finger gun, milling 2 more cards, KOing that Katakuri, saying I'm going down 2 cards in hand. This is kind of fine. Jake must be kind of happy that it's getting removed because he has to know that we're running out of removal as Lucci.
Yes.
We haven't played Gecko for a couple turns. We haven't played Sabo. We haven't played Isho. We're not developing anything. So I think he knows that, like, time's running out. Katakuri comes back down. Shirahoshi just passing again. Once again, not swinging with the leader.
Oh, there is a Tempest Kick. That is the first piece to the plan of drawing more cards and finding it out.
It is quite a risky card to slam down because if you don't draw removal after playing this, it is kind of a bit of a waste. We do see a Spandam. I don't think there's too many CP cards which are removal. Obviously, you have Finger Gun, but I haven't seen any Kakus being run in this deck. I could have missed it. Obviously, there's the 2K Kaku, talking about the 5-drop.
Yep.
6K Kaku.
I think the potentially you just go, you play it just to find Tempest Kick again, to then just find something else. Like, his hand is kind of, it's not dead per se, but it just doesn't do a lot. Like, in this specific game state, having counter just isn't useful. He just needs cards to play. Like, even a Sabo would be huge here. It just allows you to draw into more cards and try and find those Geckos he's missing. So I don't think he's milled any yet, which is good. I have seen an Isho in drop. So he has not hit in the fact that, well, he has hit, but not hit the fact that he hasn't hit any Geckos from his leader. So that's been good for him. Every turn, he just has to give him this draw 3, though. Lucci has to have an all at 1 life to have this game plan that he currently has of, I'm doing nothing, please stay at 1 life 1 turn. If you hit a trigger, it is what it is, but give me a chance, essentially.
No, indeed. And one of the interesting things is we're seeing Jake take quite a different route that most Enel players will take. Most of the time, when they're playing those categories, they're putting that Sabo to the bottom of the life. They're putting that Gecko to the bottom of the life. Jake is pretty much just saying, I know you can't swing with these. Right? I'm happy for you to swing with them if you ever want to swing with them. But up until that point that you actually turn those cards sideways, I'm just going to keep cycling my cards. And it's a very interesting line of play, which I honestly love. I love to see it.
No, it's really good. I think it's very smart. He's recognized that, okay, I'm going to win through attrition. The early game plan of attacking didn't work. You were able to stabilize off that. So I'm just going to just keep on and just keep on trying to survive. So this draw 2 here is huge. Hopefully he finds a Gecko for next turn. He found a Tempest Kick and a Brook. This is a really hard discard because you need to go, okay, what am I playing next turn and what do I need this turn? If you think he's still not going to attack into you, could probably ditch the 0-cost event and
the Helmeppo.
And the Helmeppo, and you go, okay, I've got Tempest Kick and a backup Brook in case I don't draw into anything good, which seems like what he's going to go for. I think that's a very smart play. Just go, okay, at least next turn I'm doing something. Because a lot of the time he's just not really doing anything, which is really rough in this situation.
Indeed. Looks like we'll reduce the cost of the category. Thinking whether to play Tempest Kick or to just like draw into, I think the 3-cost Brook is
Hail Mary Brook, yes.
Is the only sort of removal we have here. Obviously, can see it's quite a hard decision to make because we know his hand's dead, but Jake has no clue that the hand is dead. So it's a very interesting position to be in with the potential of, if Jake has a 10-cost rush ace, we can see a 5 from Enel, then an 8 from Katakuri, then a 9 from Yamato, then a 10 from Ace. If we see that come down, Jake's in like a really good spot. Because I think the key point to remember is you want to make sure you have more bodies than your opponent. So when you start swinging and you put enough pressure on, you at least have one that will always live.
Yes, exactly.
And Jake's also had a couple turns of essentially not losing any cards in hand because he just draws and he plays a body which gains his life, and then just gets that life back to hand. So Jake's hand at the moment is super fill, and we start to see Jake going, this is where I'm attacking, and this is where we could see discarding both our counter pieces could come back to bite us.
Yeah, 100%. It will be interesting. I could see a world where he goes for game as a wait, no, he can't ignore me. I mean, he can technically. He can play Rush Ace. But there is no world to go for game this turn. Ignore me, sorry. But I could see a world next turn where he goes, I'm going to swing with this Shirahoshi. Because When you get down to small cards in hand in One Piece, sometimes it's number of attacks, not the size of the attacks that matter. So if you know your opponent's on 2 life and they have 1 card in hand, you actually only need. Oh, so if they're on 1 life, they have 1 card in hand. You only need 7 for the. You only need 3 attacks to go through to 4 attacks to go through just to win the game. Doesn't matter what they draw. If you have 4 attacks, they just don't have enough cards in their hand to survive.
Indeed, and this is kind of what we've seen Jake build up to. He's built his board, he's got his attacks in. He knows that it doesn't matter if he loses one of his characters or 2 of his characters from them being swung in. He still has 2 left. His opponent's on 0 life. There's not much that can happen for Jake to actually get in a bad spot from where he's put himself.
Yeah, technically, Lucci has enough attacks to go for game. Are they real attacks? Not really. Like, you have 4 real attacks, so you need 4 real attacks to land, where Enel has, I want to get 7 cards in hand, plus yellow triggers exist. All you need is 1 beige, and you can kind of just scoop as Lucci. Like, it's just a really rough spot to be Lucci right now. Those few turns of just not really having anything to either put the pressure on a clear board is just showing why this stall strat can be really good, where you essentially just go, okay, you're going from 2 cards in hand to 7, but you're also on 0 life, and I'm never dying, so do something about it, essentially.
No, 100%. And another big part to think about it is going on Lucci's side, you kind of... Enel wasn't swinging. It was doing nothing.
Yep.
So that one turn that you make this decision, all right, you know what? He's not swinging. I don't need the counters. I'll draw counters next turn because I've got this Tempest Kick. I'm removing one of the bodies. They just turn face.
Yes.
They've just gone, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. And as soon as you let your guard down, boom, we started to attack.
Yeah, I think it was really, really smart, really precise from the Enel player to realize this is the tipping point of the game where I can start swinging now. So if he played that ace and didn't swing, it's getting to a point where, okay, he's drawn enough cards where he probably has an answer for something, and I'm probably going to miss my window of opportunity. But the fact you can go from 4 to 0 is huge. So there is no world that Lucci can clear enough, can clear everything on the board. If he had a E-show out, he could probably clear 2. But generally, Lucci only clears 2 things a turn. You can do more if you do some weird lines, but it takes a lot of cards from hand as well. And as long as 1 thing lives, or if 2 things live, and Lucci only has 1 blocker, he essentially just gets counter-checked and goes, okay, you got cards in hand, well, this is 15k. Do you have 6 cards in hand? No? Okay, then I'm probably winning the game.
Indeed, this is kind of, it looks like it will be Lucci's last turn. And it's whether we decide, do I just turn my card sideways and pray, which honestly could be quite a good strat. Looks like we're going 5 into leader is my best guess, and thinking where to reduce the cost.
I think this is smart. Just using, you essentially, if you have options and you have no Don investment options, you always want to take those first if it's possible. So swing with lead, see what your opponent does. If he takes this, maybe there's a world, even if he's baiting you, you just go, okay, it is what it is. This is the 1 piece turn. I'm going for the 1 piece. If I don't get the 1 piece, it was the friends we made along the way, and we go next.
No, definitely, indeed. We can see like a 5 into something like a 7, into a 9, into another 9, into whatever we have left on this band and forget.
Exactly. When you're staring down this board as Lucci, you kind of just go, yep.
All right. We're reducing the cost on the ace, and Jake is happy to take this 5k swing, which honestly, I thought this was kind of like the swing he would like to counter out of. Because now it's 9k on Sabo, 9k on Sabo. It's either...
I think this is telling that either Jake can get out of a... Either Jake can get out of a 14k swing, or his hand is so dead that he needs to rely on triggers no matter what. So it'd be interesting to see, with that amount of cards in hand, and the amount of
Shirahoshis we've played,
yeah,
it's probably the latter. We've probably got a chunk of 2Ks, but we will have to see kind of how it goes, because it looks like Jake's hand's like 8 or 9 cards or something along those lines. So it does very much seem that the way we're going will be, I've got the counter to get out of it, got 9k, just happy to take this. It looks like, see what the triggers are outside this. It looks like we've still got all 10 Don open. so we can theoretically go like.
Oh,
Never mind. We just.
All right, we're a good yellow player, essentially. We get the 2 life, and now you say, okay, you cannot win the game this turn,
Yep.
unfortunately.
Well, we still have
you
enough
could.
swings.
You have enough swings?
And we did just discard another dead card from hand.
That is
However,
true.
it looks like there is 8 cards left in hand, and every single one of these attacks has to hit. And I think
Yes.
the best we can do is something along the lines of 8, 8, 9, or which I'd be surprised if that's enough.
Yeah, unfortunately not. I do like there is a concept, I guess, of baiting in One Piece where you go, I want my opponent to try and kill me. I know I can survive if you run it through your head and you survive every situation of what they do, then there is a concept of I want you to go for it. If you like block her up and we play more of a game, there's a chance that something may happen where I have to think and play a game still. Whereas if I go, I'm 100% surviving, you're all in, I'm going to put myself in a position where it looks like you have to do it, essentially, because I've given you the opportunity to do it. So I do think it was smart for Enel to take the first couple hits. If he can get out of like the theoretical worst case scenario and then just go, okay, we're ending this game.
Looks
So-
like there comes the concede. Definitely not enough.
2 of these
2
zero
cost events, 2 2Ks, got a category in life. I mean, the category in life didn't really do much,
Yep.
but that was as good of a defensive hand as Jake could have had. But that's kind of what Enel versus Lucci came down to, and that was a masterclass in the matchup. Jake being able to play it super slow, to be able to gain every advantage he can, really capitalize on every miss that the Lucci player, whether that was a missed Gecko or missed Sabo, just really able to capitalize.
Yeah, definitely. Not seeing an Isho, not doing anything for those couple turns really hurt the Lucci. You just need to put the pressure on in that matchup and then just force your opponent to have the answer every time. And if you can't do that, Enel, it is very much one of those swingy games where it's like it's always on the edge, but it's like Lucci's got this, he's got this. One misstep, okay, well, Enel's got this now. It's over. And so, yeah, it's definitely, they both played it very well. I think they both made some high-level decisions in that game where people who are newer to the game may not understand, I guess, the intricacies of like why certain attacks went through. So I think they both really showed how good they are at this game.
It was a super fun game to watch, but that is the end of our round 6. We will be coming back for round 7 very shortly. All right, everyone, and welcome back to the One Piece Sydney Regionals. We are about to get started into round 7. Both these players we have on stream are currently 6-0, which means their resistance is going to be pretty high. So it's pretty likely whoever wins this game is guaranteed into Top Cut. So this kind of starts our win-and-in territory for the rest of our stream games. So all of these games will have the best players we have to offer, as well as the highest... What word am I looking for, Kevin? I don't know.
Skill? I don't know. You tell me. I don't know. What do you said?
These players will be playing their best games, and we're keen for it. We do have a Black Yellow Luffy up against a RP Law, so we'll be very excited to see how this game goes.
Straight into it. Missed the first few turns. That's okay. So essentially, from my understanding, Max, it is essentially RP Law kind of has this one turn of advantage where they need to push in the damage, but it's a very flexible gameplay. It depends on what the BY is doing, where their life total is on which turn, depending on when the RP Law wants to push in.
Yeah, definitely. It is. The game is very awkward between these two decks, as RP Law in general really wants to be as aggressive as humanly possible, whereas BY Luffy wants to get to 0 life. So naturally, between these two decks, it feels like BY Luffy should have the advantage. However, if RP Law can push enough through in that single turn, it will be really, really rough for the BY, as their hand size kind of gets too small. As we can see here, though, it looks like Gavin has brought out the 5-cost Luffy, which is why he counted out early. He wants this Luffy to be able to stay on field as much as possible and take his own life, so it's consistently a 8k powered card. Just got its power minused by 3, another minus that comes down, so it is now a 2k, and we are then going to Don minus, bring down another Bond Clay, get 2 Don in active mode, and we're just passing our turn.
It was interesting that Gavin did decide to counter out of that 5k swing into the leader. Why do you think that is, Max?
I think as a BY player, like your biggest thing that you're scared of is going down to like just an awkward amount of life, and then RP Law just being able to hit you really, really hard, so you don't have a good chance to awaken. So what Gavin's trying to do is he's happy to kind of lose 1 or 2 cards in hand if it means he can control when the awaken happens. And we just see Gavin play a finger pistol that we saw last round from our Lucci player, and it's honestly a card that's starting to see a bit more popularity now in BY, as what it does, it just allows you, especially in like these awkward matchups, to KO a 5 or less. And the cards you kind of want to KO are that 5-cost kid that we just saw get KO'd, as well as like Nightmare Luffy against Lucci, or even any of the other 5-costs in the mirror.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting tech piece that has started to come out. You don't necessarily think of BY Luffy as a mill deck where you need to fill your drop, but sometimes you can just struggle to get like those 5 costs and 2 costs in the drop that you need for either leader effect or playing off the Gecko Moria. So it is actually a pretty smart tech to put in this deck, which just says, okay, I'm just going to buy myself a little bit of time where normally I'd have to play out you can't even clear, you don't have any other answers for the 5 cost. So I think that's a really smart tech piece.
It is definitely super strong. And one of the things that we kind of see is Gavin is nearly there with all his pieces, which is he's got a 5-cost Luffy in hand. He has all the babies, but what it looks like he's got a Gecko. What he looks like he's missing though is the 5-cost Sabo, which is definitely one of the cards that is very needed. However, if he's somehow able to awaken, so what I mean by awaken is being that 9k leader. If he's able to be a 9k leader while staying on 1 life, which you can do if you use cards such as Hiyori or Ivankov to stack your last life and then start using the babies, you are able to use that life kind of as a pseudo blocker, so you can't get all in.
No, for sure. It is interesting to see a BY Luffy player with only 5 cards in hand, though. He has been aggressively defending these early attacks, whereas if he did take some of those, he could potentially be on 0 life this turn, but he would be healthier in hand. So it is interesting to see. Looking at his hand, though, he really is not seeing any of those 5 drops he really needs. I don't think he's seen a Sabo yet. And that is his only other 5 drop is that Luffy in hand. So it can be a struggle, even if he does survive this turn and in a good position, he just may not have anything to do next turn, unfortunately. So it'll be interesting to see what he gets off this life. I think it'll be huge, as well as what he top decks this next turn.
Yeah, both players are kind of like running low on cards in hand. We do see RP Law use its leader effect to bottom deck the Flampe, draw a couple of cards. But it's really interesting. Those Bond Clays are one of the scariest cards as a BY player, because as soon as you play your Gecko, each of those are now 9Ks. But up until the point that Gavin plays a card, they're not doing anything.
Yeah, 100%. It's like fake pressure in a way. Like you're not really a threat of dying when their board is just full of these. If you just go, I'm just gonna pass. I'm gonna just play my small cards. Don't even need, if you don't play a Gecko and you play out your 5Ks normally, then essentially you're a 9K leader, and the biggest thing they could probably steal is the 8 from that Luffy, so still ask for a Don investment. So Gavin definitely has options. He is in an awkward spot where 2 life is possible to remove this turn, but is even worth it at this point. So if he takes himself down, he doesn't have any options in the trash to put back. Yes, you just discard 1 from the leader effect, but that's only 1 card.
It is definitely a super awkward position. It looks like he is going for take life, just kind of praying, please give me a way to take another life. Please give me... He's slow rolling his life, and I believe that was a Markino, which does mean he does have another way to take a life. So he will be able to be a big leader this turn. However, you do have the downside of, well, I don't have another 5 cost. So at worst, I will be a 7K leader with no life, which is super scary.
Yeah, 100%. You could definitely tell the way he was slow rolling himself. He really needs to see some 5-cost cards right now. That's the key piece of this Black Earl Luffy deck, is seeing those cards and then seeing the ways to be able to play them. Not even hitting another one off that last life there. Yeah, like BY Luffy is one of the best decks in the game when you hit. It's just, how do you play these games where you're just not seeing the cards you need? Your leader feels like it does nothing. You're at 0 life. I'm gaining a life, which I kind of want to play out, but at the same time I don't want to play out, because it's kind of effectively, it's a life versus being a 7K. It's a really awkward position to be in.
It is for sure. One of the kind of lines that we could possibly see is that we could see that 5-cost Luffy get discarded and put into life, and then a baby come out. Or we could just see him hard play the 5-cost, hope the draw off the 5-cost gives him another one, and just play with like kind of 2 face-up life. But either way, they're both kind of slightly losing situations.
Yeah, I could see the line of using leader effect, discarding it, putting it in life, and then playing it out, becoming a 7K leader, and then removing yourself. So you're a 7K leader, but those Bon Clays don't get to swing for 7 or 6 in this case. So effectively, the RP Law has 3 attackers on field, but your 7K base is actually a pretty big position to be in, I think.
It is. The RP Law does have a total of what looks like 7 Don at the moment. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see, with no life, just 7 Don on leader and just turn sideways, and that could be close to the game. We'll see the big swing at lead.
Yep. Another thing is, though, if Law kind of forgets that, like, they can get swung into with this, like, they don't have that large of a hand themselves. If the Black Earl Luffy player sees an ace and has the baby ace, they can swing for some big numbers just twice and go, okay, just win the game. The old-fashioned way of just playing cards and swinging to leader instead of doing all these fancy tricks and winning through attrition, you just say bigger number, better person sometimes, and that's all it takes.
Indeed. Cam kind of thinking out what he wants to do. Looks like he's going for multiple wide swings, which is probably what Gavin hopes for, as he does not have much counter in hand. But either way, if we get too many more swings, if we see 7 from the Beppo, 7 from the leader, and then 7 from the Kid Killer we see in hand, then that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, 100%. It could be 7-7, 11.
Yeah.
I think that's the number. So yeah, I can see another 7 coming through here. Potentially, I don't even know if you swing with leader. You just -3 and then just swing 12 with Kid Killer.
Like we're going
potentially
8 using our 2K, and it looks like we will end up going 9 with the Kid Killer. That is a 9K leader. And that is the game.
Yes, no 3 dead cards left in hand, 2 Geckos and a Kuzan, and yeah, that's that just kind of shows what happens when BY Luffy bricks. The deck just kind of does nothing, it feels like, which is very rough.
It definitely can be. Gavin did play a Searcher earlier, was really hoping to see one of those 5-cost cards to kind of keep his game plan going, keep himself alive. But then he didn't see it. He saw, I think he got another baby off the Search, which definitely wasn't what he was looking for. All the life he took just didn't give him any of the cards he needed to really continue on and apply pressure while staying at a high power, which was quite rough. But it was a very good game. We kind of got to see different ways that we can play the matchup. Like BY just staying high life. Because at the end of the day, if Gavin had another 5-cost card, he was in a really good spot that game. It kind of just shows that there's lots of different ways to play the BY into the RP Law matchup. It's always going to be one of the most skillful matchups to watch.
Yeah, 100%. It definitely does show that even though Sabo in that matchup is bad, it is still probably one of the key cards for the deck. The fact that you just get to draw 2 cards and discard 2 is huge for the deck. So yeah, I definitely think missing the 5-cost Sabo is probably like the key piece of when a black, yellow, leafy player doesn't see those, they're in a lot of trouble for sure.
No, definitely. Just the extra consistency of the draw 2, discard 2 will always be impactful. It doesn't matter whether that card is actually a blocker or not. Just draw 2, discard 2 is a super strong effect. But anyway, that is the end of our round 7. Cam is 7-0, which most likely means he will be advancing to Day 2, top 16 tomorrow, which is, so congratulations to him. But we will have 2 more rounds today, or potentially 1 based on pair downs, and we will see who makes it to top 16 tomorrow. Anyway, we will catch you guys for the next round.
You don't know these streets like we do. 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 You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do. Like we do. You know these streets like we do.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We are about to start round 8 of the One Piece Regionals here in Sydney. We only have 2 undefeated, which means this will be our last round of Swiss. So we've got 2 X1 players playing their last round. This is their win and in for Top Cut tomorrow to see whether they have a chance to play out for the Cereal Shanks, the 10-drop Big Mum, as well as the other amazing prizes they have to offer. So we are keen for it. We have a BY Mirror coming for us, and it's going to be great.
Yes. It was a very skilled matchup, as you were telling me earlier, that it is very much definitely a skill expression kind of matchup. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes. I will be sending it over to you most of the time. You are the BY player. I don't really know much, especially about the mirror. So any insight, I will be sending it over to you to help with that.
You know, BY is definitely a super intricate mirror, and both players have to play super interestingly, just purely based on whether they win the dice roll or lose the dice roll.
One Piece players, you may start your round.
And just waiting for the players to shuffle up, just to see who gets to go first and who will go second.
So in your opinion, Max, do you want to choose first or second in the mirror?
In the mirror, I definitely want to go second. The reason I want to go second is the curve's just a bit more consistent. Like, we get to play more geckos. The more geckos we have, the more cards out of our opponent's hand. So going second is definitely ideal. However, if you go first, there's definitely still lines you can take, which still puts you in favor. Unlike most matchups where it's like very board dependent, because the leader is naturally going to be a 9K, as well as having multiple Sabos in play at all times, we will tend to have the matchup a lot more being determined by how many cards we have in hand, also who runs out of gas a little bit quicker.
Understandable. So does it really just come down to these big gecko swing plays, or is there a lot more leading up to it?
So most people, when you play into BY, you really want to just stall BY for as long as possible. However, in the mirror, we are looking to attack our opponent. Now, the reason we do this is that one turn that we get them from 1 life to 0 life. If we can, on that turn, get like an extra 2 cards out of their hand, that is 2 less cards they have for the late game. And both BY players, it's all about the hand size at the end of the day, because that determines how many turns they can be a 9K leader for in a row. So it really just depends on how quickly we can reduce our opponent's hand size. And that, a lot of the time, it is determined before we get to our gecko turns.
Makes sense. So as the first turn player, what are you looking to play in these first few turns?
Obviously, you want to play a Garp on 1 if possible. That just lets you get a 2 swings down on turn 2. If you don't see Garp, you don't really have many plays up until you get to 5 Don. Obviously, you'll do your searches when you can, because that's kind of how we try to be consistent. However, your main cards you're looking for is going to be the 5-cost Luffy and the 5-cost Sabo. We want to play the Luffys down as early as we can, because they just apply the most amount of pressure and allow for the highest chance that we can remove cards from our opponent's hand.
Understandable. So we'd see the 2 searches coming out here, just trying to find the pieces needed for the deck. Looking for potentially, what are you hoping to see off this in the mirror?
It really kind of just depends what's in our hand. A lot of the time, the searches are just kind of fixing things up to make sure you see all the pieces you need to see. Obviously, the cards I'm searching for are going to be the 5-cost Luffy as well as the 5-cost Sabo. But if I already have those in hand, then it doesn't really kind of matter what I get off this. You're essentially just trying to fill up your hand to make sure you have all the pieces, so late game when you need to do stuff, you kind of have access to everything.
Yep, that makes sense. Are you trying to defend your life early in the mirror? Like, so here, should have Sky have counted out of that maybe and preserved an easy, get out of an easy attack, or do you just take everything?
I guess at the end of the day, because what we want to preserve is our hand size, it's very much worth it just to take all the life. And it's kind of, you just have to play around that 1 turn before you're awakened, and that's kind of the turn that you realistically want to figure out the least amount of cards you can lose while getting down to 0 life.
Yep, that makes sense. So we see just the 5 coming through, as you said, that has taken all the hits. I guess they're going to get to 0 anyway. They kind of need to, so why waste cards out of hand to do it? You might as well just let your opponent do it for you. Coming down with the Sabo is really good. Filtering, drawing 2, discarding 2, putting either the 2 drops or the 5 drops into the drop, whatever they need more of in there, whatever they're missing. So we'll see the 2-drop Luffy and then the 5-cost Luffy come out, setting up plays for the future. Essentially, it seems like there's a bit of a planning phase at the moment, Max.
Yeah, no, that is exactly how it works. Like your first couple turns are kind of just, setting up for the best potential late game, and then late game, you're essentially just trading cards in hand. So it looks like Sky doesn't have any of the ideal plays, those, of course, being your 5-cost Luffy that takes life or Sabo. However, because BY mirrors rarely have ways to kill your opponent's cards, doesn't really matter what 5-cost you play down. It's gonna get you the same value at the end of the day anyway. It'll get a swing in. And the great thing about this Luffy is it can just draw your card, so you are winning that kind of I have more cards in hand than your opponent line. Especially as a player going second, you want to Gecko more than your opponent because you have the chance to play the first Gecko. And every Gecko you play, it will always live, and every turn it gets one card out of your opponent's hand. So if you're just able to kind of slow rolling into getting into your Geckos, you're generally in a pretty good position.
Yep, that makes perfect sense. Is there an issue with not having cards in the drop per se at this point? So Mark has the one of each in the drop, the Sky has 0. Do you see there an issue where he gets that 10 Don, has 0 life, but he has no cards in the drop?
It's not too much of an issue because normally you want to try and get sometimes you want to try and get your first Awaken done the turn before. So when you're on 8 Don is kind of when you really trying to set up for your Awaken. Especially most of the time there will be some sort of swinging, or there'll be something that kind of gets done that will force you to get cards in your discard pile. And at the end of the day, cards in your discard pile had to come from somewhere, right? So if they're in your hand, you can always get them to discard some way or another. And it does seem like we're about to see a couple swings come down from Mark. So Sky will have to lose a couple cards in hand this turn. And this is kind of what we're talking about of why the person who goes first wants to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yep, that makes perfect sense. So he's going to swing for 7 here. If he takes this, he will go down to 0 and then swing in for 8 most likely and force the 2 cards out of hand there. Otherwise, if he was to counter out of that, he may or may not swing depending on that. So down to 0 versus Mark's 2. So it seems that from a high point of view, Sky's in a little bit of trouble, but at the same time, he can definitely very easily K off that Luffy, draw a card, get in the drop, use leader effect to get a second one in the drop, and then be able to play 2 of the 2 drops out, and then, as you said, awaken the leader. So for those just tuning in, that is a Dragon Ball term that we like to use, where you get to flip over your leader, become stronger. So in the sense, this is kind of like that, where you're using an effect to become a powered up version of your current leader. So whenever we say awakening, we essentially just mean getting the full 9k power boost from the Luffy effect.
Indeed. Just kind of having a quick peek at Sky's hand there. We don't see any 5-cost Sabo, which could be a real problem going into this next turn. Without the 5-cost Sabo, you are strictly limited at how much defense you actually have.
So I think swinging in for 7 was smart. You were going to get a 2k to 1k. Anyway, he wants to get cards in the drop, so I think that's fine. And then, yeah, just play the Garp for more consistency. Try and fix up your hand while you still have that chance. This is probably the last turn you can play Garp, realistically, before you just have better things to do. Especially at 110 Don, you want to be playing Gecko into leader effect. So there's not really any chance there if you're on your optimal game plan. So I think that's really smart from Mark, just recognizing that this is probably the last chance I'll have an easy time to do it. And so pulling it off. So Sky does the same, as you said, probably hoping to see that Sabo if he hasn't already hit one. We do see one in his hand.
Sabo. So he will be able to play a little bit of defense, which is very good for him to do here. Sabo is definitely that prime card. If you don't have Sabo, you're not winning the mirror. You have nowhere near enough defense to kind of win the game without playing these Sabos.
Yep, so do you expect him to leader effect this out, or would you expect him to just hard cast this?
I very much expect him to use leader effect. Just playing on high life is super valuable at the end of the day. I'll be surprised. There is a kind of line of play this guy can do where he only plays 1 baby from one of the 2 5-costs he's about to put in his life. This allows him to stabilize at 1 life. Just looking at Mark's board, it's not super aggressive, which means if he stays at that 1 life for the rest of the game, being at that 1 life just means he has that extra Sabo blocker that's not taking up a spot on the field, which just provides a lot of value over the long run, but can be a little bit harder to kind of pull off. But it looks like by the way he's laid out his life, he's going to play the Sabo first, so he may be going for this route of play.
Yep, so we'll play the Baby Sabo, as people refer to the card. So it costs 2. You get to play that out, then use its effective place in the trust. Play the 5 cost. If it's the top life, you get to play it out. And then you'll get to do that effect of draw 2, discard 2, and your board can't be KO'd.
It definitely is super strong. And one thing Sky has going for him is that Mark is in a really awkward spot to actually awaken going into his next turn. So Sky is able to just apply all his pressure into the board. It's really hard for Mark to actually get rid of that Luffy from Sky's life. So Sky will be able to play the rest of the game essentially from this point as a 9k base leader with 1 life, assuming he has seen enough babies or geckos to kind of get the ball rolling.
Yep, so it'll be interesting to see here what he does. Yep, so he's at the point where I can safely take myself down to 0, hopefully, while building up enough of this buffer on my leader, while having enough board, where it's probably safe enough to do it this time. There is a risk of just playing out cards and kind of just doing nothing for a turn to wait until the perfect end on turn, where if I do nothing for too long, Sky may just be able to swing back and push through and get enough cards out of hand where it's too dangerous at that point to do this.
Definitely just seeing what Mark kind of wants to do with his turn. He's already committed to taking the life, so assumingly he should have at least one other way he can kind of take life this turn. Just kind of depends which one is more optimal. The options are kind of like he's got 5 cost Luffy, which can take a life. He has Flampe, Markano, Hiyori. So there are definitely a lot of options here for Mark.
So in this spot, looking at the board currently as is Max, who do you think's in more of an advantage position right now?
I think it really depends on their hands. So both players, assuming like their hands are kind of decent, they have geckos, they have babies and that kind of stuff, Sky's definitely in a very good spot because he's been able to stabilize on that 1 life, which essentially, that 1 life is kind of treated as like 1+ cards in hand that he has over his opponent. Also, just not being able to like see how many cards each player has in hand, it can be kind of hard to determine who's in a better spot. But with no 5 cost Luffy's coming down from Mark, it's very hard for him to be able to apply the pressure that you need to do going first. Because as going first, you really just want to get as many cards out of their hand as you can before they start to get to their geckos. However, he still has an opportunity, maybe if he can get down like a rush ace or something along those lines, to try get like 1 to 2 more cards out of Sky's hand during this turn.
Do you think it's a priority, I guess, swinging into leader or swinging into the 5-drop Luffy on board? Do you prioritize, I guess, the extra card that he can just draw by just poking with it and sacking it to draw a card? Do you prioritize that over just trying to get cards out of hand with the leader because it is more of a non-investment? Or is it just easier just to go for the Luffy on board?
I think most of the times you would like to go for the Luffy on board just because it's a smaller number. Like at the end of the day, it's going to give him as much value as swinging at life would, because you go -1 in hand if you swing it, if he swings at lead, but then Luffy just draws that 1 card. So you kind of, it's whether you're happy to give him a free cycle or not, because we both, like, it's very obvious in this standpoint that Sky's most likely going to be blocking with his Sabo if he doesn't have another Sabo in hand. So it doesn't really matter where we see the swing from Mark. The first swing is going to go into the Sabo, because Sky needs to have another Sabo and drop so he can do his shenanigans on the next turn.
Yep, so it's just another case of, I know you're blocking, so I guess I'll just swing 8k into your Sabo blocker and we can skip that part of the game.
No, very much. But we do see the ace come down, which means Mark has 2 swings, so he can choose where to apply the pressure. So ace is a card, 5 cost. On play, if your life is at 2 or less, I believe it is, it gains rush. We will see a 7k swing into the Luffy, and then I assume a 9k or 11k, 11k swing with lead into life. Sky's just thinking what he wants to do. I wouldn't be surprised to see this 2k come down.
Yep, just seems like an easy defense at this point.
Yep. Sabo comes down. It's going to protect Mark's board as well as drawing him some cards, seeing a bit of consistency, hopefully drawing some geckos. then discarding 2, filling up the drop. And then we see a 11k swing, which I'm pretty sure is going to be into the Sabo unless Sky already has access to another one. Sky's having this awkward point that if he wants to play Gecko, though, he only has 1 baby in his discard pile. So if he lets this Sabo die, assuming it's, or if he lets, no matter what he does, he kind of wants to get a baby in the drop, right?
Yep.
Even if he just counters out, goes -1 in hand, if he has the Gecko, it kind of just gives him the value he needs. So it really just depends what's in Sky's hand. If Sky has the Gecko, I wouldn't be surprised to see him block and then just lose a baby, which looks like exactly what's going to happen here.
Yep. And so this is saying that, he let it die as well.
It's an 11k swing. It's a pretty hard one to
Yes,
counter out
I
of.
did miss that part. I'm not gonna lie. Well, could he not just discard the 2 drop off of his leader though? Does he need to discard another 5 drop?
Because he's on 1 life, and this is the problem sometimes if you don't manage your resources properly. When you're on 1 life, you can't discard a card until you go down to 0. So when you play your Gecko, you already need to have your 2 babies in the discard pile before you can use your leader effects. That's why Sky had to do the discard there. But the good thing is it doesn't really affect Sky too much because he has that 6 drop, the 5 drop Luffy, which will just draw him another card, which he's kind of stabilized on.
Yep. So essentially he's saying, I'm going to be a 9k leader, plus I'm going to have an extra just card in life where I don't really mind if I have to take this because it's my 3rd copy of the Luffy. It's going to go to the bottom of a deck, but that's okay.
Exactly, and it forces his opponent to really play big cards. So all the small swings at the moment, like 1 swing, it's going to go straight into the Sabo blocker, this 11k swing that we'll see from him. And realistically, there won't be any other swings coming from Mark next turn. So this is where Sky really starts to press his advantage of, look, I've got a couple, we have about the same amount of cards in hand, but I have an extra life, which is essentially an extra card in hand, as well as I have these 2 Rocket Luffys on field, which is 2 extra cards I have in hand. So just pulling up Gecko Moria now. Why this card is so good in the matchup is, or just in the deck in general, is it allows you to play 2 babies. So on play 1 4 or less card and 1 2 or less card from your discard pile. Play 1 inactive and the other card rested. Doesn't really matter if you're playing them active or rested in this deck. The main thing that we're doing is we are playing 2 babies, which then with leader effect lets you play 2 5 costs from life and becoming this 9k leader. So Gecko is just super strong in this matchup. It'll be very telling to see how this game's going to go, depending on if Mark has a Gecko or not.
Definitely. Assuming it's kind of like the default thing of like, coming from like, I used to be a Kata player, it's like, well, I might as well just leave the Don under my leader because I know I'm going to put 1 there no matter what, unless I have a big mom. So it may or may not be telling that he has the 2 under there. But generally, when you're just always going to keep the 2 under the Gecko leader, because under the Luffy leader, because you're just always going to use that ability.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a good kind of habit to get into. Unless you're going for game and need to do some weird Don attachment, you are always going to have the 2 Don under the Luffy leader, because if not, and you don't win the turn that game, well, you've lost the next turn because you've got no life. So it is quite a normal line of play. We will see the Rocket and the Sabo go into life. It'll be interesting to see whether the Gecko does come down. So in this kind of Gecko via Gecko match, the person who currently has less cards in hand is definitely in a rougher spot. Now, the reason I say this is because if you have less cards in hand now, every turn both players are at least with the Gecko swing making you lose 1 card in hand.
Yep.
And then on each of your own turns, you lose 2 cards in hand because you're the Gecko plus you discard off the leader. So you're very quickly going to lose essentially your entire hand. So the person who has less cards in hand now kind of needs to go on the aggression. They need to go, okay, I just need to start attaching Don, and I'm going to make them lose 3 cards in hand this turn, so you have a chance to win the game when you're currently behind.
So it's essentially like a slow trading race until some point someone goes, oh, I've lost, I'm going for it. And then essentially it just goes in from there. Because the person who doesn't, I guess, play the Sabo is in a lot worse position, because then, yeah, that leader then asks for 2 cards every turn instead of the blocker itself instead.
Yeah, definitely. It is quite telling. And one of the other big things is once you get two Geckos out, it's a lot easier to win the game than when you only have one Gecko out. It kind of forces your opponent to, instead of playing Rocket Luffy to draw a card back up, you now have to play 2 Sabos every turn, which means you're filling your board up a little bit. So it can be quite rough and sticky, but it'll be interesting to see what Sky does this turn. Once again, if you kind of see, if your opponent sees more Geckos than you, you really do have to start like turning on the aggression. Most of the time here, we're just going to see a 1K come out of Mark's hand. It's very good to swing before you kind of show what else you're just going to do. It's just a good habit to get into, because your opponent then has less information.
Yep, no, I definitely agree. Always do the free things first, and especially in One Piece, if it costs no investment and you're all going to do it. If it doesn't change anything, you might as well just do it first. That way you have more flexibility and don't show anything to your opponent.
Definitely. We're attaching the 2 to leader, and then we're putting the Sabo into life and the Luffy. I wonder where we've seen this play before.
It's the classic.
Yeah, Luffy will draw a card. Then we'll use Sabo. The reason we use Luffy's effect to draw a card first is essentially makes it a Shirahoshi. You're drawing 3, trashing 2, instead of draw 2, trash 2. Just get that little bit more information before you choose what to decide.
Yep, that makes total sense. So yeah, I can definitely see, it feels like the turn that someone misses a Gecko is when it gets really rough as well.
Yeah.
So it is interesting configuration where Sky does have 1 life, 2 marks, 0 always, but it won't necessarily ever matter in a way. It's very interesting. I've never seen this before with the BY deck.
Yeah, it's definitely, when you can kind of stabilize on this 1 life as BY, you're always super scary. Because most decks, you're only allowed to have 5 characters on board. And as BY, if those characters have to be Sabo, it means your offensive capability is a lot less, because you have significantly less cards you can attack with. When you get to stabilize on that 1 life, that extra life becomes your other Sabo blocker. So you essentially get 6 cards you're allowed to have on the field at all times, which means you're allowed to have 1 more card for attacking in comparison to most decks, which is kind of where Sky's going to end up having like the long-term advantage, is he's allowed to have 1 Sabo, while Mark has to have 2 Sabos.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. So assuming Mark has a Gecko in hand, we can see that another one coming down this turn. It definitely does make it harder for Mark to go for game when this Luffy is in life as well. Essentially, he is on 1 life, so he has to get through 3 attacks and not just the 2 that would normally be asked for. So even trying to do the math of like, okay, if there was no Luffy life there, I could theoretically go, okay, you got this many cards in hand, I'm going to lose, so I might as well just go for it with my leader plus the Gecko. That's no longer an option now. So we do see the Gecko coming out, so that'll just be replacing the Garp. So definitely the board space I can feel is starting to fill up as well. And you kind of have to start replacing these characters, which can be a bit cumbersome. So do you ever start replacing the Geckos themselves when there's just no board space? Do you value, I guess, a Sabo over a Gecko, and playing cards over just a Gecko existing?
Yeah, it really depends. So at a certain point, you kind of do have to get rid of a Gecko. Having 3 Geckos on board is kind of your max capacity, right? So Mark has essentially enough space, because he'll block with both Sabos, they'll both go. He has enough space for 1 more Gecko on the board. But if you look at Sky's board, Sky has enough space for 2 more Geckos on the board because he has that extra life.
Yes. The question is, does he have them?
That is a big question. Now, at this point, it looks like Sky is in a very favorable situation. The only way he can kind of, because it looks like he has a lot of cards in hand, the only way he can kind of get out of a favorable situation is if he isn't able to get to 9k base. So either he doesn't have a baby Luffy / baby Sabo in hand, or he's run out of Geckos, which we are getting to the point where he could theoretically be running out of Geckos. However, in BY Mirrors, a lot of times you don't actually run out of Geckos because you're just playing Sabos turn after turn, and when you play Sabos turn after turn, you're drawing your Geckos. So as we see, the big difference here is because Sky gets to play Luffy plus Sabo, instead of going -2 with the whole play line, he only goes -1 in hand because that Luffy replaces itself in hand. So being on that 1 life just enables you to, A, be more comfortable, but also B, have a better hand nutrition for the entire game.
Yeah, I definitely see it slowly played out here where this 1 life that, like, it's almost like off-rotation life is actually a huge advantage in this time. So, like, staring down 3 Geckos plus a Sabo as Mark must be very scary.
Yeah, it definitely has to be. And Mark kind of has to look at the board state and now go, this is Mark's time to go, okay, I am not surviving 2 more turns. Can I survive 1 more turn? And if I can survive 1 more turn, I just have to go for it. I have to swing as much as I can this turn. Sky's hand is kind of running out a little bit. Surely he's running out of a little bit of gas. And if I can just get him down 1 life, so he's on 0 life, force him to play 2 Sabos next turn, I may kind of have a chance. So this is the turn that if you're Mark, you may actually consider, instead of playing another Gecko, if you think you can survive another turn, just attaching Don. And this is kind of the point that I was talking about, where you just have to turn. You realize that you're losing. You realize you're behind. If you keep playing the way you're playing, and you play the 3rd Gecko after they've played the 3rd Gecko, you are just getting further and further behind. So it's kind of, at some point, you have to attach Don and go, if I can survive 1 more turn, no matter what he does, I just have to go for it.
It would be interesting to see how he can survive if he doesn't play a Gecko, though. He would have to play...
He would have to have 2 baby Sabos in hand.
Yep.
Get 2 Sabo blockers down, and then just attach. So to use your leader effect when you're not using Gecko, that's going to cost you in total 6 Don.
Yep.
So it means you put 2 under your leader plus the 2 for each of the baby Sabos, and then you can go 9 with... You can go like 9 with your Geckos and then 11 with an ace and 11 with the leader. That in total will make Sky lose like 2 to 3 cards in hand. When you kind of lose that many cards in hand, you have a decent enough chance to win the following turn.
Interesting. So I see Mark here is swinging into the Geckos. Is there a difference between swinging into the Geckos on board and into leader?
I'm very surprised if he is actually... It could just be hard to see, but it is very much better to be swinging into leader here. If you are swinging into your Geckos, there's no reason for Sky to essentially not counter out. I guess Sky is probably countering out of it either way.
Yep.
Because they're both 9K, so there's not really any functional difference. But Sky's going to let these Geckos live. And if he by chance does let one of the Geckos die, it's essentially like you're just giving him a free life.
Yep. That's understandable.
We do see the 3rd Gecko come down from Mark. Now, to me, this kind of signifies that Mark must think he doesn't have either much to survive, or he's hoping that Sky is going to run out of resources and can't actually play another defensive turn.
He is so Mark is kind of banking on the fact that Sky just doesn't have the 4th Gecko. He has 6 cards in hand, and he's like, okay, if I can force you to make a mistake next turn, that is my chance to win the turn after. So potentially you don't have a way to remove that Luffy from your life, and then you're stuck not being able to use leader effect. That would be a huge thing. And then it's just, can I then survive the onslaught of all of these swings if that's the case?
Definitely. And it looks like Mark only has something like 3 cards in hand. So Sky potentially has the chance to sit down, see whether he can do the math to get the game going into the next turn. However, I will be surprised if he's able to do it. So yeah, Mark's kind of just put Sky in the situation. You have to have the cards in hand. If you do, you're in a pretty good spot. If you don't, can kind of be a little bit rough for you. And it looks like Sky, before he decides whether to block, whether to counter out, he's sitting down to see whether he can do the math to actually go for game next turn.
Yeah, that makes sense, because he is swinging into the Gecko. So it does make sense that Mark wants to try and survive another turn, because he thinks he has the chance to turn after. I would just assume the Sabo blocker comes out if Sky thinks he can win the turn, and you save cards in hand, you save the Gecko, and then you just have to go in. The only problem is that, yeah, if he doesn't have a way to use this leader boost, he only has 3 attacks, and the Luffy is a 9K base, so you essentially have to spread your Don out. But if those 3 cards are all 2Ks, you could just lose the game based off of a incorrect decision here by Sky. So I think this is a really pivotal point here of what does Sky do? How does he block? Does he block? And what does the next turn look like for him?
Definitely. I think Sky's kind of thinking about a couple of situations. The first one that instantly came to my mind was how big can we make each of these attacks? And theoretically, we can go a couple 9s, a couple of 10s, but the 10s just get blocked, so it becomes very hard, because Sky can get 5 attacks through, but he needs 5 attacks through plus enough of them being big enough that it actually affects Mark's hand, which I don't think it's possible. For example, he can go, he can swing 9 with his Geckos, and then he can go 10 with Sabo, 11 with Luffy with his leader, but that's kind of a hard situation to go through. It doesn't look like, looking at Sky's hand, he has
One piece
another
players in
turn
the
in
three
him,
o'clock
which
winner
will
box.
be quite hard for him to.
Yeah, I don't think there's any guaranteed wins based off of the Don placement. So, like I said, go 9, 9, 10, 11. If there is a 2K, if there's enough counter on the side of Mark, he can get out. Oh, wait. No, that should be guaranteed. If you go 9, 9, 10, 11, that should be guaranteed lethal. So 9, 9, 9.
He can just block the 10 and 11.
Hey man, you're way smarter than me. I forgot. I thought you had to block the first attacks. For some reason, I thought, yeah, he has to block the 9Ks, obviously. But yeah, correct. So yeah, there is the risk of I swing 9, he gives me a 1. I swing 9, he gives me a 1. I swing 9, he gives me a 1, and he gets out of it, and I lose the game. That is the risk, I guess.
Yeah, so it looks like Sky's kind of looking at going for 4 attacks. You probably can go something along the lines of 11, 11, 11, 10, which is a pretty optimal line. It forces Mark to have 2 2Ks and a 1K to get out of the lethal swing, which probably is what Sky is kind of looking to do. If you go 3 attacks, you're splitting it 12, 12, 12, which just means Mark only needs just 2Ks. So you're even asking for even less, or 2K and 2 1K, so asking for Mark to have even less in hand. If you split it up into 5, you're only really going 9, 9, 9, and 2 10s. If my
9, 9, 10, 11.
something along.
Yeah, 9, 9, 10, 11.
Or
and
9, 9, 10, 10, 10.
And then that's just 3 1Ks. So yeah, definitely, I think the 4 attacks is correct. Like you said, it's the most. It asks the most from your opponent, essentially, which is what you want to look at when you're looking at different ways to attack. You want to go, okay, if I attack like this, what is the easiest way for them to get out of it? And sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes no matter which numbers you put up, it's going to ask for the same amount of cards out of hand. But in some cases like this, it's like, okay, the way I do my Don placements forces my opponents to have different amount of counters and in different quantities. And you always find the one that makes them the least likely. So the most 2Ks and the most amount of cards that are needed.
Definitely, and it'll be quite interesting to see what Sky does decide to do, because you have to remember, this is a very important decision, very high stakes game, very high stakes turn. This is the difference between getting something like top 32 and getting top 16 with a chance at winning the entire event with Top Cut tomorrow.
100%. This is one of the most stressful places you can be in as a One Piece player. You know that this decision you make now is just determines whether or not you get to make it enough.
Yeah, so he has counted out of the 11, which gives Sky a couple more options now, because he has 1 card in hand. So if Sky is able to get 4 swings through, he can attach 4 to his leader, he can attach 3 to his Sabo, and he's able to swing 4 times, which should be guaranteed game if that is indeed 1 card left in hand. But I can't see if that's 1 card left in hand or not.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's 1 card left in hand. So yeah, I think at this point Sky should have guaranteed lethal if he gets 4 attacks in. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier today, sometimes it just comes down to the amount of attacks over the power of the attacks. So it's actually correct to just poke at your opponent sometimes, because you literally don't have enough cards in hand. It doesn't matter if that's infinite combo power, I still win the game because you just don't have enough.
Yeah, definitely. And it's kind of an awkward thing, because when they're swinging something like 11 at you, if you block and they swing 11 again, and you block again, well, they still have all their Don that they haven't attached to their leader and their sub, so they can just do a massive attack. So it's really hard you do kind of have to figure out when to block and when to counter out. It can be quite a tricky situation.
Definitely the margins in One Piece are very fine, and all it takes is one miscalculation or one misstep to change the whole flow of the game. I've definitely felt that before myself, where I didn't think something through, and something that I thought was inconsequential ended up costing me a game 3 turns from there, just because it's very much a snowball effect. So
Definitely, and I think one of the cool things about this is, even though we were talking about how the math kind of ends out, how many cards it's going to cost a Mark to get out of it, there's still the thing of, well, how do we sequence a turn? How do we shoot the order of those attacks? Is there a way that we can shoot the order that actually changes the way that our turn rolls out towards the end of it? Which is exactly what's happened here. We swung 11 first, and because he counted out instead of blocking early, we do have a very different decision line that Sky gets to make. Mark is thinking whether to block or counter with his last card in hand.
It's definitely interesting. So flexibility is probably the biggest skill you can develop in One Piece, is knowing when you can be flexible with your options and when the best option is kind of just it and you go with it. So the flexibility that Sky's had this term is what's kind of dictated what he's doing. So
Swings another 9. Now it's kind of a rough spot for Mark. He has to block and then just counters out, goes 3, 9 blocks, and then the 5 with the leader for the game. Sky is able to go 7-1 for the event and is able to make his way to Top Cut tomorrow. So congratulations to both of these players who've done an extremely good job throughout the day. Unlucky to Mark, just missing out on being able to make Top Cut. But there is a chance. There are still a couple of X2s who will be able to make it towards Top Cut. So both of these players did an incredible job throughout the day, and we will see Sky tomorrow.
100%. I definitely think if I was Mark, I would still be praying for myself. I still think he has a chance. There's probably like 4 or 5 X2s that make it through. He played amazingly, so I hope for his sake that he does get one of those last spots. I'd love to see him play again tomorrow.
Definitely, but that is our last round we have for the day. There's one undefeated after this round, so we're only playing 8 rounds of Swiss, but we will be back tomorrow for a top 16 cut.